아니 미쳤어요! 하늘은 왜 우리 디플러스 계열을 낳고 T1과 젠지를 낳았는가?
사실 뭐 3등 하려고 모인 팀원들도 아니고 해서
월즈의 최상단을 맛본 선수 다수 포진되어 있습니다.
와!
그런데 제카가!
제카! 아니 하나 제가 생명 오래 죽였자! 오빠! 제대로 시동 거는데요! Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2023 Playoffs. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf here for the second match of round one. This one is where there is no loser's bracket. There is no safety net, Wolf.
Yeah, one of these two teams is going to finish LCK Spring in 5th place. That is just an insane thing to say when you consider how stacked both these rosters are and how both these rosters were built to get top 4, go to a winner's final, potentially go all the way to the finals. But one of these two teams is going home tonight. Their tournament is going to end in this best of 5. It's just hard to fathom.
It is. Either way, we lose 3 former or current world champions. That's what happens. It's actually just insane. The fact that the first round is already stakes this high. Let's have a look at the standings to see what brought these two teams here, of course. D+ falling to 4th place at the very end of the season. KT getting up towards that 3rd spot, and we saw we're able to overcome Live Sandbox based on that to get into the 2nd round. D+ against Hanwha Life Esports, both of these teams. Hanwha especially been gone through the ringer. Recently, of course, off to a rough start. And as we can see here in our playoffs format, T1 yet to make their decision. They will make it by this evening.
Yep.
After the conclusion of this match. And I actually think how both of these teams play will tell us a lot about who T1 is going to pick. Although, I think a lot of people's money is on KT regardless.
HLE 2 games ahead of Live Sandbox in the standings, almost finishing 6th place with what is definitely a super team in attempting. And they were not able to do it, but D+ here, if they could defeat them tonight, maybe that is enough to not be picked by T1, get that edge, and maybe it'll be KT. Let's see how many people predicted D+ to win, because I think they are the favorites. All of the Korean side, but quite a few close ones, 3-2s scattered in.
Yeah, yesterday it was all 3-1s and 3-0s. Today, there is 1 3-0, and it's standing out like a sore thumb. The Chronic Heckler, get it in the chat. The only one to be standing out here. Although, I actually kind of think that it goes the other direction. Like you know how I have this thing, Wolf, where I talk about my waters a lot? My brain said D+ Kia today.
Yeah,
my waters said Hanwha Life Esports.
I feel like, to me, the series is either a 3-2 or a 3-0. It is either going to be a stomp, either way, or it's going to be extremely close back and forth, right? I don't think there's like a 3-1 where one team looks more dominant, but there's like one dropped game like we saw yesterday. I don't think that's going to happen. Fan prediction here overwhelmingly in favor of D+. But yeah, it does feel like an upset could happen. And for those who have been following me through even LCK, but also just other esports, I never predict 3-2s. I think it's the rarest case in any best of 5, but today I just feel like it's going to happen. I feel like we are going to see 5 games between these two teams.
I just think that there is enough inconsistency, but also enough talent on both sides of the rift that I completely agree with you. And it's not necessarily for the best reasons, and it's not for the worst reasons either, right? Like, we don't want to say that it's because they don't necessarily know how to close out games, there's too much variance, blah, 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 but I think that these two teams are pretty evenly matched. And I also think side selection is going to make a big role here. Jungle mid synergy showdown. This is where I see one of the biggest gaps.
Yeah, I think this is absolutely, I completely agree with you. Canyon and Showmaker definitely the stronger jungle mid right now. Clid has just been too inconsistent. Zeka as well, not a wide champion pool like what Showmaker has in best of fives like this. So we'll see what he ends up picking today and if they have some cool strategies prepared, but it's going to be a weak point. And then this is, for me, the most important aspect of this series. I think besides draft, which will determine how these bottom 2v2s go, but how dominant can Deft and Kellen be in lane to prevent Viper's late game from coming online? We have seen a few picks for Viper in the early game. The Varus he's very good at, and obviously the Draven, where he's dominated early mid. But it has really been Deft who's been the king of this outside of the Guma Keria lane we know is the strongest 2v2. I'd say Deft and Kellen are a very close second.
Yeah, and let's see whether Deft can overcome Viper one more time. Of course, he did last year. Viper managed to take him down in 2021. Back in 2018, Deft also being able to reign supreme, but that was in Game 5. Almost every single time it comes down to Game number 5. Stats in favor of D+ Kia, but I don't know how much they are actually going to mean moving into best of fives. Both of these teams have so many veterans, and it's now time to jump into our coaches interview to see what the coaches have to say about this playoff series.
안녕하세요. D+ 기아 감독 최천주입니다. 쉽게 저희가 정규 시즌에 목표로 하던 2등은 못해서 1라운드부터 하게 됐지만 높은 곳으로 가기 위해선 다 이겨야 될 상대라고 생각하고요. 그냥 열심히 최선 다해서 일단 당장 이기는 게 가장 중요할 것 같습니다. 특별히 저희가 준비한 건 있지만 여기서 말씀드리긴 좀 그렇고, 그래도 하나 상대로 하나는 워낙 잘한 팀이지만 몇 가지 포인트만 신경 쓰면 될 것 같아요. 일단 장기전이 될 것 같아서 일단 그 부분이 그냥 끝까지 집중력 유지하는 게 가장 중요할 것 같고, 그리고 오브젝트 한타나 구도 잡는 거 있어서 그런 걸 신경을 많이 써야 될 것 같아요. 결국은 게임이 길어졌을 때 좀 딜러 싸움이기 때문에 미드 바텀이 중요할 것 같아요. 좀 외나무다리에서 완전 느낌이라 좀 그렇긴 한데 그래도 꼭 이기겠습니다. D+ 기아 화이팅!
네, 안녕하세요. 하나생명 e스포츠 감독 댄디 최인규입니다. 정규 시즌에서 못 이겨왔던 팀들이기 때문에 저희가 불리한 게 맞지만 그만큼 더 열심히 많이 준비했기 때문에 충분히 승산이 있다고 생각합니다. D+ 기아 전에서 졌을 때 어떤 점에서 부족해서 졌는지 그런 것들을 좀 많이 분석을 해가지고 뱀픽적으로도 많이 여러 가지 다양한 변수를 준비했고 보여드릴 게 많을 것 같습니다. 중후반을 조금 더 저희가 끌고 갈 수만 있다면 아무래도 미드랑 원딜러가 캐리력이 굉장히 높다고 생각하기 때문에 저희 팀이 확실히 그때는 승기를 가져올 수 있다고 생각합니다. 너무 일찍 만난 것 같아서 좀 아쉽긴 한데 이번엔 제가 이기고 올라가겠습니다. 정규 시즌에서는 좀 많이 패배를 했지만 이번에 열심히 준비했기 때문에 반전 드라마의 좀 주인공이 되고 싶습니다. 하나생명 화이팅!
Great to hear from both of the coaches, and let's first welcome D+ Kia to LoL Park, and Canna especially, a man who's gone through trials and tribulations over his career, but ultimately this season, was a good one, Wolf.
Yeah, he's an LCK champion. People forget that he has achieved that aspect of dominance, right? He has been a champion. He has touched the trophy with his teammates, not on this roster. And since then, he's been kind of bouncing between teams, hasn't found his home, but really peaking towards the end of this regular season.
And here is the World Final MVP. Kingen making his way out into LoL Park here. The orange shirts have been donned for today's match as well, or at least definitely in Kingen's case. We'll see whether he is going to rise to the occasion once again. It's all about the clutch.
Yeah,
Wolf,
it really
and honestly, the regular season doesn't mean that much. They made it to playoffs, and can best of 5 form Kingen, Zeka, and Viper especially carry them through?
That's the question, and we're going to now walk out. I think one of the key players here, the upper half of the jungle mid duo here for D+ Kia, a player who has never missed a playoffs with Showmaker since they came in together to the LCK. It's his 9th playoff in a row, and he is the stronger jungle player right now. I think nobody would dispute that, but it's not necessarily going to be all about him here. It is going to be a lot about what happens in that bottom 2v2 and how many resources he has this game.
Yeah, I agree. Also had a rough last week, and so we're going to have to see whether Canyon can turn it around. As on the other side, a player with mixed reviews across the world, but you cannot say that the man does not make plays. I actually am scared at night when I go home that Klid is flanking me, Wolf.
Yeah, he's been very inconsistent, but yeah, I think they definitely got a lot more confident to the middle of the season, and perhaps arguably even overconfident at times, but the best version of Klid has been very fearsome, as you mentioned, and we'll see what his form looks like on the day. A lot of people predicting D+ just because they can't trust Klid's consistency.
Yeah.
As here comes Showmaker, the man, the legend. He wasn't able to clutch a spot in the top 3 of the All-Pro votes this time around for some inconsistencies in the early part of the season, but with the buffs to LeBlanc, it's definitely a good meta for him at the end of our season here. So bouncing back in a big way, and I think a key part of today's match for sure.
I agree. I think he's actually been the most consistent player on this team in their last week. If recency bias said a lot more, I think Showmaker would have been way higher in those All-Pro standings 100%, because he has really started to come into his own, and this is about the right time to do it. On the other side, Zeka, a man who was just extraordinary last year, but hasn't been able to quite find his footing, hasn't found his champion pool necessarily here at this stage of this year.
And while we say Showmaker's champion pool looks very good at the end of the season, like you say, I think at the end here it hasn't been Zeka's wheelhouse, so will be a tougher matchup for him today, and I think that puts a lot of the burden on Klid's shoulders once again, so he will need to show up. It is going to be a tough one here for Hanwha Life Esports in the mid lane.
No, I agree. Deft going to be making his way out onto Lolpark here as well. A lot to prove. And we heard a lot about The Last Dance. It wasn't last year. This may yet be it, but we haven't a confirmation of that yet either.
Yeah. And
this man is also... He's got a lot to prove as well here, at least domestically.
He does, and it has been, you know, his success overseas that has kind of overshadowed, I think, more than what he's been able to accomplish here domestically. It's been a long time, and see if he can make a run through the playoff bracket tonight. That would be all of the Deft fans' dreams. And on the other side, another world champion, the 2021 world champion in Viper, has returned to Korea, and in his first season back, he did make playoffs here, but I think the splash his team made a little bit weaker than what those expected, especially those putting the roster together here, which was a super team. And Viper and Deft do completely different things here for their teams, and we'll talk about that a little bit later on, as they are going to be our key players for tonight.
Yeah, exactly right. Viper, even though there have been words slung around about Hanwha Life Esports, not a lot of them have been aimed at this guy. He's pretty damn good. So I think that there has been some question marks on the man beside him, but not on this man here, Kellen.
No.
Actually #1 in a lot of people's rankings for All-Pro, which I find completely inconceivable with Carrier in our league.
But he was definitely like a very obvious second, right? Like there was, no one was really close. Lens was very far behind him, and he's been, I think, still to in my mind, the most consistent part of D+'s roster this year.
Yeah, I think there has been some hiccups and things like that, but it's mostly just amazing performances out of Kellen. He's been extraordinarily good here for D+ Kia. Life, on the other hand, he's had some ups and downs, but if he finds the avenue to play things like his set, his Jarvan, it's his eclectic champion pool that he can really lean into and create these advantages. Whether they can leverage that in the draft, I think is going to be a huge telling point here in today's series.
Absolutely. I think Life is definitely a strong point as we've moved into more support counter picks, especially on red side. It's definitely a huge boon for them because his champion pool, based on what we've seen from him in the past in really important series, you think about his time back on Gen G, for example, so strong when you have those opportunities. I think HLE in one of these games, and potentially 5, will be able to give him an opportunity as D+. Again, favorites here to win this best of 5 across the board by all casters, by all metrics, but most people thinking the series is going to be close.
Yep, it's narrow favorites.
Yeah.
But unanimously narrow favorites. Except Chronicler, of course. But I think I can actually explain the 3-0, and I want an opportunity to do that. I'm not going to have it right now, but remind me.
We can do it in game 1, I think, for sure. Is over here on the other side, HLE. I think expectations much lower for this team, even though they are a super team, even though they have defending World's Finals MVP, 2 world champions from last year, 1 from 2021. I think given how the season has gone and the fact that they are underdogs, there's less pressure here. But let's talk about this. Notice the champions you see on the bottom of your screen are very similar in some aspects. There is some overlap here, but a lot different in how much they are played. 10-1 for Lucian here for Deft has been the champion that D+ have gotten most of their wins on all season long. On the side of Viper here, you notice his most picked is the Zeri, so he's more late game focused. He's played the Caitlyn, he's played Draven in late game, he's played the Xayah very recently, incredibly well, so is kind of a yin and yang for early game and tempo dominance for Deft versus Viper, who has sometimes been dominant in lane, but his wheelhouse has mostly been the late game. Those 30-minute plus team fights where they front to back with Kingen on a tank and a flank angle setup for Zeka. That is how HLE plays the game.
Yeah, and it's not even necessarily these two players, right? Because we know that both of these players can play both sides of that coin, but their team requires different things of them and have been playing through them in very different ways. I think it's really, really interesting when you've got players with this much tenure, right? And seeing the fact that Deft has to play focus so much on the early game, more of his recent success, instead of having to go back into some of his older wheelhouses of just hyper positioning, late game, extraordinary scaling power, things like this.
D+, by the way, cool. Yeah, we'll pick blue side here. They had the side selection because they were the higher seed. They were 4th to HLE's 5th, and I think this is not going to be a series where we swap blue side every loss. I think we will see a lot of variance here because it's a very balanced red side, blue side right now in this playoff patch.
Yeah, and I think it's really interesting, right? This is where we can talk a little bit about Chroniclers 3-0, because I think it might come down to side selection here just a little, because I think D+ here, they utilize blue side very effectively, but I think they also benefit from counterpick way more than Hanwha Life Esports do. There's not a lot of punishment there. So it could just be a blowout with the fact that DK have better drafts on both sides, given the resources that they have.
I think that's a really good
said draft.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point. And you know, HLE, even Dandy mentioning it in the coach's interview, he knows the drafts have been a huge weak point for them, and the Draven will just be targeted away here instantly. So Viper is not going to be playing that one here in this first game. Lucian to match, and this is the kind of stuff that I was expected to see in this series, especially in the first game.
Yep, Viego is still disabled, by the way, and Yuumi, just permanently in my heart, is disabled, but actually is also disabled now.
This Varus, though,
rework, and Varus going to get through and will be snapped up.
Not a pick Deft has prioritized very much this season,
but it's been a pick that's always in his back pocket forever. Yeah. Even when Varus is completely out of the meta. So it's not surprising, but the Ashe now has to be picked up by Hanwha Life Esports, and we'll see how it's going to be utilized. Oh my goodness, it's not.
Zeri going to be picked up here for Viper. Again, it's just two sides of the coin, right? D+ going to play strong side bot, try to get that push going, and then HLE are going to play the more defensive scaling side of the AD carry matchup. But if
how can you scale?
If you don't survive through the Varus Ashe lane, though, it is going to be a disaster. And you know, Zeri Ashe is not a combo we see. We'll see what jungle they're going to pick up here. It's going to be Clid Sejuani, which is also his weakest champion this season. He spent a lot of this season like 1-6, 1-7, 1-8 on this champion, pick up with a single win and just continue to lose on the pick. So very unusual priority here for HLE, denying the Sejuani pick from the Ashe, meaning I think they know that D+ are looking to play that Varus Ashe here. They're at least going to take one piece away, but you know you're walking straight into it.
This is so difficult. Jace is going to be locked away here to guarantee Varus Jace. Of course, this is DK. They're pretty good at flexing Jace anywhere they want to. Technically, Deft has also played it internationally. Prefer not to remember that, but it has actually happened.
Kana is an insane Jace player too.
Yeah.
One of his best picks historically. He loves to play that playstyle where he has control of the lane, and the draft is giving him this sort of control early. And unsurprisingly, the Varus Ashe.
Ooh, Varus Karma going to come in instead. So they're reading that Hanwha expected the Ashe pick, I guess. This is also going to provide a lot of power. I would have loved to see the Ashe, though, just because Kellen's also extremely good on the champion.
I think that D+ deciding here that the Karma is going to be guaranteed prio, and the Ashe is going to be, you know, face up into some strange support we haven't necessarily seen. Remember, we talked about Life just moments before in his walkout. Like, he might actually have a really cool counter prepared. And when HLE give this away so willingly, you're like, well, let's just pick Karma because they definitely have a plan. They took away the Sejuani, so we don't have great follow-up CC just yet for Ashe arrows necessarily at range. And the Karma is an insanely strong pick into the Zeri too. Like, Varus Karma usually crushes Zeri lane, so this is not like D+ are opting into a weaker lane. It's just a different type of strong lane here.
Well, Hanwha have to ban Renekton. There is absolutely no excuse if they do not ban it. Or first pick it, I guess, after this ban phase. As there's the Nidalee. I was expecting, like, one part of this combo, right?
Sure.
Because if DK gets to be able to pick Nidalee Renekton after this, that is priority in every single lane, and we've seen what they do with compositions like this. I've lost hair over it.
Yeah.
But it wasn't about the early game. The early game was a 10k gold lead for DK, so you can trust them to get off to a good start. Is Yone going to be banned as well?
Yeah, Yone is so good with Sejuani and can give you some really nice setup and team fights for the Rakan, and then the Zeri just has free reign in the subsequent fights that follow. See what they want to ban here away from Showmaker now will be the LeBlanc. I think this is actually a really safe pick, and it may indicate that HLE are trying to grab that Renekton here and then look to go for either grabbing Renekton or Taliyah here, I think, and D+ will ban the Cassante. Interesting.
Ooh,
Let's see what HLE prioritize now, because I think the Renekton stock goes up here a little bit.
It does. Taliyah stock also kind of through the roof at this point in time.
Like
Zeka,
Veigar's banned.
yeah. Zeka has been playing a lot of Taliyah recently. Hasn't actually lost on the champion just yet, which is kind of crazy. As another flex pick going to be considered.
I actually really like this because it's so safe into the Jace. You're not going to have big problems there. And then if they do something crazy here and lock in an AP jungler, like Elise is still available, you know, you could flex this Jace mid. Now you have at least the safety of being able to answer both of those picks here as HLE and then lock something in for Zeka.
Yeah. And also three-way flex in theory as well, which is kind of
technically.
cool. As, yeah, you're going to give Taliyah over to the team that utilizes Taliyah the best in the world. We still don't know whether that Taliyah is going into mid or into the jungle, because Canyon very, very good at it. Now we know.
We know now, yeah.
Yeah, that the Wukong is not going to be in a solo lane. It's not that year.
Okay, the Tristana here. This is the first of many picks here HLE, I think, have in their wheelhouse for potentially trying to get massive early game leads. Tristana in mid to try to all in the Taliyah is a risky call, though, as Taliyah will eventually be able to survive and deal with that pressure. You also have, you know, as HLE here, a weak point in this jungle because Wukong isn't going to be as impactful as a Sejuani is early. So you can get those all-ins. You can try to catch the Taliyah off guard, get a massive advantage there, and start snowballing the game while your Zeri is freely scaling bottom side. And this means that Varus pushing bottom isn't going to have as much power if you have to babysit mid. So D+, I think, have a composition now that overall I like more, I think is stronger, but HLE definitely have a wrench they're trying to throw into the gears here of the massive mechanism that is going to be a D+ composition that scales incredibly well with the lethality, is going to be able to poke at this Zeri, and has great mid-game because you have the Wukong engage, you have the Taliyah engage from long range. They have the full package here, so this Tristana really needs to work out in the early game, or you're not just going to be able to say, well, I'm sitting back in scale and I got a Zeri. It's not going to work like that.
Yeah, we're going to need Clid to live in the bottom lane and hope against hope that Zeka is going to be able to hold his own in the 1v1. And I think top's a wash. I think Kingen is kind of donezo. So the thing that's really difficult about this one is that DK have pressure in almost every single lane. They have a small question mark in mid if Zeka can overperform. But otherwise, I think it's looking really difficult for Hanwha Life Esports. And then you even get into later game teamfights, Wolf. And where does the range come from? How do you answer?
You have serious problems with range. Your Zeri isn't going to have good setup either. You have a Sejuani, you don't have a Wukong, you don't have hard engage, you have ranged engage to maybe get a pick. So his composition is trying to do too many things at once. But I think if you get ahead with this Tristana, you start taking turrets off the map, you snowball, Zeri picks up some gold in those skirmishes, she gets online early, you can win this as HLE. But it is going to be, like you said, all about Clid. He has to be super impactful in the early game on his worst champion this season.
It's going to be really difficult, but if Hanwha Life Esports can do it, that is a great start to this best of 5. Let's hop onto the Rift and see how it goes. Okay, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for Game 1 of our second best of 5 of playoffs. Still in round 1. If you lose here, you are out of the tournament. The lower bracket starts in round 2.
That's right. But a win here guarantees you at least 2 more best of 5s.
Yep.
So a huge the first round of playoffs is so huge, like the difference of what it means. You're either out, you're done, you're 5th or 6th, or you actually have a lot more league to play, and you have a lot more time to prove yourself, a lot more time to prepare for this patch that we're playing on. As yeah, this is a 1-8 Sejuani for Clid. Just to put the exact stat down, he has only won on this champion once of the 9 times he played it, and he was playing it almost exclusively in the early part of the season.
Yeah.
So my hopes are not very high right now that he'll be able to do this, just based on the precedent he's set, excuse me, but wouldn't it be cool if he did and HLE can actually snowball this game?
Yeah, I think a lot of this is very similar to the jump program in the Matrix. You know, it's like you present the bottom lane of Palmer Life Esports with a near impossible task, but what if they do?
Yeah.
What if he does make the first jump, Wolf? You know? What if Viper and Life somehow manage to win as Zeri Rakan into Varus Karma? What if that happens?
It could happen, and if it does happen, then we start to, like, as you were alluding to, I think, before we jumped into the game, like, you're really scared of HLE. Like, wow, they won with this. What if they had a good draft? I'm not to say this draft is bad, but it's a very reactionary draft on red side here. You know,
I'd almost say it's bad. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of it.
I think that
you could win with it.
I think you can win with it. I think it has win conditions, but, you know, this lane is going to be tough. You opted into this when you saw the Varus. It could have been Varus Ashe, by the way, which is a different way to lose this really hard. And I think what Kellen is going to offer in this composition is actually really nice, though, because they have the Wukong and they have that Jace follow-up, so I do like this. The Sejuani was picked away from them. Pretty cool adaptation here. But both of these lanes win super hard, obviously, into the Zeri Rakan early, as you could see.
Yep.
But, you know, I think that there are ways to win this as HLE, but this has kind of been the weak point for them all season every time they've matched up against D+. Is D+ is actually leading the draft, and HLE is reacting, and they get a draft that individual parts of it seem good, but it's not a 5-man unit that feels like this is a great team comp. You know,
Yeah.
This comp doesn't feel great at all in 5v5s unless you snowball the game.
And this has been the rough thing, and like you say, it feels like every single time we get the Deft versus Viper matchup, like this bottom lane, it's always Viper taking bullets in draft and saying, we're gonna live, it'll be fine. And then it's really difficult to live in the lane, actually. And that's what's happened here, as we can see. I mean, Viper should be able to pick up a bunch of this farm so that CS gap isn't going to be too egregious, but it is still a really difficult time, as one plate could already go.
Yeah, we'll be on the next wave. And like you say, I think Viper has been put in this position where HLE have just decided, you're our win condition, we're going to build comps around making sure that you can actually do big damage later. And this comp doesn't really do that for him. He was put on the Zeri, and then now he has to hope that the rest of his team wins elsewhere. He has a Tristana that needs to win hard, is even at the moment, and a Gragas into Jace, which isn't going to lose, but isn't going to relieve any pressure. So Deft can just constantly put that pressure on as long as Zeka isn't hitting all ins. And he's going to, you know, look for one here, and it's not even going well.
Well, until he, explodes the explosive charge, but the minions are going to be able to win the matchup for at least the trade for Showmaker, and also lands the big rock. So, yeah, if you get flung immediately after jumping in on top of the Talia, doesn't work so well.
Yeah, I think you really need help from the Sejuani, but Showmaker's keeping the wave close to his turret, so it's really hard for Zeka to all in here and do real permanent damage. With the turret being so nearby, the shove is available here for Showmaker. He's got his Earth set, and it's really easy for him to kind of chip away at this Tristana that's trying to get close to him, as you can see here. Like, nice jump.
Buffer, kind of liked it. So there's at least that. That gets more difficult when the pebbles start to be on the ground. But depending on how you play it and the range and spacing, Zeka can theoretically still play around it. It takes a little while to get those rocks actually put on the ground there.
Dirk purchased here early for Deft, so these are going to really start hurting whenever he connects them. And when you get that free back off in a matchup like this, that is when you really start to see the damage fly, as you could see here, even the autos.
Kellen actually playing very aggressively. Deft not wanting to step too far forward. They didn't have a lot of information as to where Clid could have possibly been, and Deft kind of wanted to kill minions, as he does eventually get a couple of autos onto Viper there. But as you can see, things going as expected here towards the bottom side. I don't think you can't throw any shade to Viper and Life in this particular matchup.
Absolutely
In fact, we're kind of proud that they haven't died already. Because if D+ Kia were playing through this lane, could have been an opportunity to possibly get a little bit more done.
And a lot of the season, Viper has been put in these positions where he just has to play weak side bottom and then he pops off and carries. Like, we've seen that so much. That's why a lot of people are putting him in top 3 for our All-Pro. Pays end up getting it for him. I think a lot of the Viper votes were stolen away by Aiming too, who got a lot more votes on the Korean side than I expected. But that being said, you could do that against a lot of the East side teams, but our top playoff teams and our teams like D+, who are so good at lane, as I'm going to have to hold my thought on this.
Yeah, and it's going to be Warrior Trickster down already. Zeka gets inside track, but the wall is being put down. Clid still going to be able to steal away the Drake as Showmaker's flashing in. A little bit disjointed with the rest of the team as now Zeka dives in on top. Buster Shot comes down. Deft is going to flash immediately, but Zeka going to get flashed upon. Kellen still alive. No one's dead yet. This is just insane. And finally, Canyon's going to go down, and now Viper with no mana is still going to be able to get this done. It's a 2-0 in the river, and Zeri is popping off. Showmaker's going to go down as well, and Life collects that kill. Humble Life Esports, I think we're certifying it.
Yeah, I mean, if Zeri got that 3rd kill, I 100% put the stamp down. It's still an amazing moment for her here. Now she has 2 kills super early in the game, and we have seen comps like this where you have the Tristana early, you have an early skirmishing comp. Sometimes we saw it with Azir, right, where Azir scales, but you have really nice early game team fights with level 6. But D+ hard force. The Showmaker is flashing into 3 people here. No one's on Viper. Deft is out of mana. He's a Varus. He's lethality Varus. He's not going to be doing damage in these fights long term like Azeri can. Viper does way more than he can offer here. And without the Taliyah combo actually accomplishing anything here, Taliyah with no items in this early game, you are always going to win this fight as HLE. And D+, for no reason really, hard forced this fight, and now this composition is working, right? We talked about how if you can get this area ahead earlier, you could snowball, get some plate gold early as Tristana. Maybe you feel good enough about the lead that you have as HLE to push things forward. Zeri, with 2 kills she shouldn't have in this early game, feels a lot more winnable now.
Oh, it absolutely does. Still feels rough, but now I think it's actually possible.
Yeah.
Without that skirmish, things would have gotten very, very difficult organically. But now it's become very, very interesting, and all-ins on this bottom side are now a huge problem for D+ Kia to worry about. As there's the flash forward, Deft doesn't have his flash available as Viper just going to cleanse. He'll be absolutely fine.
God.
That's another one. That's a 3rd for Viper.
Atlas.
This man looks angry.
Oh, he looks angry, and this game is starting to get off the rails as Viper's going to pick up an additional kill and all of the solo plate gold here, plus 175. This Zeri, we can certify it now 100%. You know, we were pretty ready after that last fight, but I'm just going to put the stamp down now because 3 kills here this early means you're going to have a really fast shield bow. And Life is just making plays, man. He's over here now helping out Clid, and they're taking control over this map. And Tristana is always going to be able to help out in these skirmishes. She's got her rocket jump. She's going to get a reset if anybody dies there, so you just don't want to mess with that. Showmaker losing control of this lane here too. And Zeka also bought a Cull, so he's going to have a big onset of money coming through here in 50 CS as well to get to you to snowball this game. So kills or no, this Tristana is going to have a huge mid-game power spike. As we're going to watch this play one more time. You called it right before. All-in's now a problem. Deft has no flash. They don't see Life. He's just out of vision around the edge there. And it's another kill going over. Kellen will get out, but it's a plate that goes over here to Viper as well. Life then instantly gives him solo gold and goes and makes another play in the jungle.
I mean, this is starting to get real dicey for D+ Kia. As Life
Kellen?
going in again. Glacial Prison comes down to Kellen. May just, yeah, he's just dead. There's nothing they can do about it. That is Zeka getting online as well. And this is starting to get out of control.
And what do we say? You know, Clid has to be the difference maker. Life is being the difference maker this time around. He's a second jungler. When you have this much Zeri control, he could be everywhere. He and Clid are making the plays here. They catch Kellen. And if you're top side of the map here, Canyon can't do anything pre-6 team fight-wise. He's a Wukong pre-6, so he can't affect these skirmishes really at all compared to what a Sejuani can do. He can't make top side plays here because it's a Gragas. Kingan's just like, I'm chilling. I'm sitting up here. So your Jace isn't really getting accelerated. He is going to be very relevant once he does finish that Eclipse coming up here soon, and we'll be able to do a lot of poke damage. But man, HLE are kind of getting a free early game here. And not only a free early game, but an accelerated Zeri. I still think this is not an over game by any means, because eventually this lethality is going to be so difficult to play against in these later team fights. But HLE have literally gotten everything they've wanted here. It's a 5-0 start here, a 2,500 gold lead.
Yeah, and I think at 2 items, like, Deft is still going to be strong, but has it been put far enough behind, right, for that to not even be relevant?
Yeah.
Because honestly, like, maybe the lethality will just never actually be good enough. Because if you fall behind the curve, you kind of do nothing. That's the nature of lethality and how it works as a stat.
And they don't have hard, AoE engage necessarily. Like, yeah, Kingen could cast amazingly, or there could be a sick body slam play for him. But it's really just about, does D+ actually now at this point have a big enough front line for Deft? Because Tristana could just jump on him, Viper can follow up, Life can get in there with his ult, and then you have so much damage. Clid gets on top of this Varus, and then if the Varus or the Jace realistically die here, you don't have long-term damage. I think that Showmaker is really terrified right now because he's like, I think I have to build Leandries this game. I don't really want to, but if our carries can't get the job done here, it has to be me now. And that's not what he wanted to build this game, but with this big lead, I think he might have to.
Yeah. Zeka going to be able to get a bunch of extra gold. Of course, Clid delivered a bit of that as well, as I believe that was another plate that did fall down. Here towards the top side, yeah, Canada's winning, but the relevance of top lane is less than in other games that we have seen this week. Second Drake to go over. I mean, insult to injury was the fact that Canyon wasn't even able to secure the Drake.
Yeah, I don't know if you fight this.
As he goes in. Not going to be able to take this one either, as at least they're able to kill Live. Canyon able to flash himself away, but he still burns down. Seismic Shove connects this time as Kellen flashes on top of Clid. I don't know about that one, but he does manage to heal himself up. And there is the flash away from Deft as well. Not out of the woods just yet as Clid comes in, doesn't get the W, and the hail of arrows does come down. Seismic Shove avoided for now, but it's not quite enough. And Deft able to get one back. Throws for throws here on this side, as DK may have just made it interesting.
Yeah, they made it interesting for sure, but still heavily favoring HLE here. It is Cloud Soul coming across here, so two very strong Drakes here for HLE at this point in time individually here. The Cloud Soul, not as good as Hextech, which could have been the option here, but you still feel really good about that fight. And that was such a risky call from D+, because their comp is strongest when they can chip away first and then hard engage with the Taliyah. Canyon goes in here for the steal, and at this point you've opted in. Life gets the knock-up, and Canyon is able to escape initially here, but you're doing this into a Tristana. Kellen gets pushed back, he has to flash over the wall, and he actually lives for so long here. And Deft plays this so perfectly. I feel like if he actually doesn't do all of this damage as he kites back here, then this actually turns into a disaster. He actually is just barely able to stay out of range of Clid, then pushes forward here at the right time. Because the Varus isn't going to be, in this game, a traditional AD carry that's going to win those longer fights. So you're opting into, basically, face first, a Tristana comp. Now she's got Kraken Slayer online, and while they did trade back some kills here, I'm worried about D+'s approach to these objectives with their comp right now.
Yeah, and they don't really have the ability to build armor, right? Like, we're looking at Hanwha Life Esports, and then there's a couple of AD carries. There is AP in the form of a Gragas on the top side of the map, but the main form of DPS is going to be in a Zeri and a Tristana. One thing that this composition does do extraordinarily well is destroy Baron extremely quickly.
Yeah.
With Kraken Slayer and with Zeri existing on the map, it's going to be a huge point of contention as this game goes on, and I thought that we wouldn't have to talk about it. Because I thought that with the composition that D+ had, they would have no way of not having a huge lead in the mid-game. As, oh dear, it's Clid, he's flanking, and he always is. As Kellen, he's going to go down. Zeka collects that kill.
Clid
now,
and
Showmaker,
Life, man.
Yeah, I know. They are just getting this work done. And honestly, they're the ones that so many have had question marks about. But they're the ones performing so well as Showmaker underneath this turret is going to be able to survive. But I mean, this is supposed to be DK's jungle.
Yeah. And I want to make it clear to everyone watching that this composition, we really didn't like it, right? Because of so many of the issues that it has in lane and how it doesn't have power. But they actually win 2 fights that D+ kind of donate to them. And now they run this map. It doesn't matter about what lanes you were winning before. You could just go into blue side jungle as HLE and start taking fights and start sniping the support, start sniping the AD carry who's just trying to get to late, just trying to farm. Deft and Canyon.
Yeah,
Viper checks the wrong way.
Can he survive is the question. They get the knock-up. He does immediately cleanse, and he's Zeri. So I don't know why we thought that that was going to go any other way.
Cleanse not usually very good against Wukong, but if you have the Zeri and she can just barely get onto that wall, you're going to be okay as Clid's coming down for the counter gank with Life.
Yeah, they're just going to clear out the minion wave. Should just mean that this turret... Oh, okay, Canyon's going to stick around. Let's see whether Clid can survive this one, or whether Canyon can survive this one. The Inspire Shield comes in, but it's not enough. And Clid, he's on a leash, but Bristle's okay with that. She's a domesticated animal.
And I think that at this point, as D+, you have to make these risky calls. You're trying to get money for depth so that he could still hit the 2-item spike you were talking about earlier, where he's still going to be relevant with that lethality. And so, yeah, you pay for it with your jungler's life here, but I think it's still the right call to try to force that turret down. Def needs all the money he can get right now. And ideally, obviously, you escape there, but you have to make desperation calls like this when you're this far behind. And we do see Liliandry's coming through. We saw that Codex a moment ago, but just wanted to point out Showmaker has gone for this build here, and I think he absolutely needs to, because you're going to be poking with this Varus and Jace, but somebody actually has to stick around in these longer fights here and do that long-term damage. Kana has to flash.
Yeah, Viper finding him in the river there, and with Clid moving down. Clid's been everywhere, man. I don't know what's happened, but in best of fives, I guess, he becomes a different beast. For better or worse in the past, but for better here today.
3 of these players suddenly leveled up in best of fives last year at Worlds. Look at that, Deft, Zeka, King, and these players who really, were choking oftentimes, not having the best performances throughout regular season and summer, and then came to Worlds, and then slowly they started popping off. They got their confidence. They were playing like there's nothing to lose. Most important thing is an unbreakable soul, right? Deft's famous quote. But it's this time the HLE players were getting the better edge of it. But it's the players who weren't on that roster. It's Clid and Life, The non-world champions are the ones who are stepping up big here, at least in this first game.
No, exactly right. Kingen also being able to get back into this lane in a pretty big way. I think, map state says a lot about it. That is a Glacial Prison. Not a lot of follow-up, though, as Zeka dives in. The Cyclone not going to find any joy. He's into the backline, goes Kingen. All right. Okay, Harmer Life Esports, what did you have for breakfast? I want some.
Oh, my God. The play is so sick, and they baited out so well, and Showmaker's just trying to get over there and poke with Liandry's, but you can't approach this composition as HLE anymore. Or HLE's composition, you can't approach as D+ here anymore. You're trying to get in there and do poke, but you have no vision. You have no map control. So look at Showmaker. He's like, I'm just trying to wear down these health bars. Deft and Showmaker have to chip away. Jace isn't here at all. He's not here. He's still not here. King and TP flanks. Jace is not here. And you're just trying to chip away at these health bars as they start the Drake. And you just get totally collapsed on here. No damage, no vision whatsoever. Look at Kingen's play. I'm here. Bam.
Oh my god. That is probably one of the best casts I've seen in years.
So sick. He commits the flash and the cask and the teleport for it, but it's a destruction of a team fight. I wouldn't even call it a team fight at this point. It's just an obliteration.
And this is a blowout. This is just not even close in the slightest way. And as this game goes on, it just gets better for Harmer Life Esports. As Deft is going to find Zeka. So Zeka is likely dead. Doesn't change the game state. Not a massive amount.
Although,
as they are on the Rift Herald.
Yeah, I don't know if they can take this anymore, but remember, Kana is still not here. He showed in mid just a moment ago. They know he has TP. If he shows on bottom, I think they can commit to this, as obviously Kellen is backing top side, and they have the choke point controlled. D+ just not enough in the tank to actually go for a contest here. Canyon with no ult. He is in the area, but they're just going to let this go. Even going in with the Wukong and the Taliyah, with Showmaker having his ultimate here, is just so greedy at this point in time. It's second Rift Herald. Don't guarantee, don't put the last nail in your coffin on this one.
Yeah. And Cloud Soul Point actually already going over to Harmer Life Esports here. That was what the Bomber was all about here for Kingen. And so they got that prize. And the rest of this game, it really does kind of play itself out. They've gotten through the most difficult part. Like Harmer Life, they've already done it.
Yeah.
And so Zeka dying here, it's like, yeah, the Tristana died. And if that was a pick earlier on that helps DK snowball earlier, but if they're just trying to get back into the game, I mean, they're going to need to find a bunch more picks than that.
Yeah, and they grouped up top because they wanted to contest Herald. Again, not realistic, but they get the kill, still can't contest Herald. That was the only objective available. They had lost the Drake, as you said, moments before, so it's really just a little bit of gold they get and nothing else. It's significant with the shutdown going over, but it's not alone enough to put them back in this game. They're going to need to win a few more team fights and stop this Cloud Soul from going over. As look at the aggression here from Clid and Life once again. Showmaker has to be so careful.
And do you know what I'm learning about, Wolf? I'm learning about the KT draft yesterday, because maybe they were scrimming Harmer Life Esports. They're like, oh yeah, okay, Zeri's just broken, man. She gets through any lane. It doesn't matter. Karma Varus, one of the strongest lanes that we have in the early game. No, I think Zeri's stronger. It doesn't even matter about the support, really. Like,
and I wanna like hone in on this lot, because I think that while we really didn't like the draft here of HLE, the reason why we are in this game state is because D+ opted into two very weird fights where their composition isn't going to excel, trying to use an early game Varus, who is going to do more damage, obviously, with his poke and his Qs. The Zeri is going to be able to do way more with her extended damage in those early fights, and they just straight up opted into it. Like, Showmaker flashed into 3 people, and these are the kind of calls that are going to lose you early games and give a Tristana and Zeri the ability to pop off in this game, give the map control for Klid and Life to just constantly look for picks. Speaking of...
well, Canyon, he's going to go into his Warrior Trickster, but I don't know whether it's going to save him here for now as the Permafrost comes in. They do not overextend. He gets an Inspire Shield from his Karma and moves on. Karma just trying to get control of this Baron area, or trying to keep control of the Baron area. Sorry, because they already have it.
Yeah, and with this much control on the Baron and this much damage, you mentioned it earlier, the Kraken Slayer on the Tristana, it just goes down so quickly. Like you're holding the choke. Showmaker doesn't really have a great angle here, and look at the flank from Kingen. He's got flash too.
All right, and Harma Life, they're going to accept the teleport and get out as Showmaker flashes. Body Slam avoided, but now Viper's going in. Seismic Shove is decent, but it's not going to be enough to save his life. They get the prize, and now they can just back off towards his Baron once again.
Showmaker, he has to be, at this point on the map, he has to be able to try to match the Gragas there in mid and then look for a Talia Weaver's Wall in, but he gets cast by Kingen once again. He's out of the fight, he's dead, has to flash too, or you could argue maybe should have saved it because he's not living. And now they're desperate to try to look for a steal here through the choke.
Yep, they find the prison, but it's onto the decoy. Chains of Corruption go wide though as Hanwha. They keep the Baron leashed. They'll take it because their damage is so high that they're just going to get out with 5 people alive. Showmaker still hasn't spawned yet.
Canyon looks like maybe he's going to try to come over here and sneak a Drake away potentially here. It's spawning in 20, but I think HLE will get there just in time. And there's nothing he could do. He tried his best to go in there for the steal. His Warrior Trickster was great, but this is a Kingen highlight reel. Gets the slow here on the Showmaker, just casts him in, forces the flash, and he's gonna die immediately. The rest of the team actually comes over and collapses so quickly. It was a good flash, actually, in retrospect, watching it a second time here, but it's not gonna save him, and Kingen just sets it up. There's so much follow-up CC plus the follow-up burst damage. When this comp is winning, it's gonna win more all the time.
Yeah, and I think that what we were talking about before, Wolf, the sad truth is the fact that there isn't a power spike left on Deft. He just doesn't really have it. Unless they find a team fight that Harma Life can't just freely force, which doesn't exist, there's just not a lot of relevance to a Poke Varus right now. And Harma are just snowballing so quickly. And speaking of quickly, they also get the best soul in the game as well.
Yeah, it's going to make them really, really quick and running really fast all the time when they ult. And they get to siege up these turrets 4-1 as Kana's looking for some split gold top, but they know he doesn't have TP. And so even if he picks up that bounty, what they're gaining is much greater. And we're even seeing a back here from Zeka. He actually has TP, so guess what? He can come over here and look for a contest and then rejoin the siege. As Kingen's actually setting up the flank, like they're looking to kill Kana. He's gonna get the bounty, but at what cost?
Well, probably his life, I would say, as he just buys time. Kingen just going to play as defensively as he can, misses the body slam as Zeka almost dies. Oh my goodness! Maybe we need to play a little bit more aggressively there, Kingen, but it's okay. It's okay, Zeka will survive.
I just think this is actually kind of a win for D+, as they get a teleport here, and...
All right, Canyon gets over the wall. This is Warrior Trickster, so he'll be fine. Still, Hanwha are going to be able to grab this inner turret teleport back here from Kingen as well.
They get a teleport and they buy some time here, but it's still going to be an inhib that's sieged.
All right, Glacier Prison goes wide. Chilly Jail, not going to happen this time. As the inhibitor, it will go down. Deft pushed out this bottom lane extraordinarily far, so it is just this inhibitor off this portion. Maybe a decoy from Canyon as well, as Hanwha just walk through the inhibitor turret and head towards the inner that had been prepared by Zeka. And look at the gold lead, man.
Yeah,
it's 8,000
so money. So many turrets going down here to HLE. And you got to teleport out of Kingen because he walked back there with Zeka, and they were able to get the bounty there. So, like, in some ways, I think this is good for D+, because it spent a lot of time on the Baron, like, it deleted some of the Baron buff timer here, but, I mean, we're really grasping at straws to say how this is good, as he almost outplays Zeka here and gets the tradeaway kill, but
if he goes 1 for 1, then Like, actually, it's massive, and he got very, very close. But this game, unfortunately for D plus Gear, just isn't about Kana.
Look at the item value for the top laners here. It's 800 ahead here for Kana, but the impact he's made is way lower this game. Kingan's engages have been amazing, whereas this lethality Jace late in the game here, who's been so far behind, well, his team has been so far behind, he can't set up, he has no vision to poke, like, isn't going to be doing half as much as what Kingan could do, but he can wrap around the entire map because they have so much vision.
Yeah, and I mean, the rest of the map just went well for Kingan, right? So he can play the game. Kana just missed out. He's just not allowed. Nothing on him. It's just a bit of a sad and sorry situation when it comes to top lane. Sometimes the game works, sometimes it doesn't, and you just don't get to do anything. And this is one of those games. We're now just taxiing these waves forward.
D+, I mean,
they're defending.
They're hoping to defend for 3 more minutes so they can get one Elder fight. But even that fight is going to be hard to pull off, but at least you have a chance if you can defend. I don't know if they'll be able to do it, though. I mean, it gets this much damage to turrets with Tristana. Look at it. Look at him go.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, they do throw out the Glacial Prison, and Deft is going to have to cleanse Flash to get out of the way of that. That means that no defensive summoner spells available.
Look at Zekka, he's
like,
like,
yeah, he's having the best time ever.
Bloodthirster overheal. He's just like, I can take this turret. I do not care.
That is 2 inhibitors. It's becoming more and more difficult to even try to fight in 2.5 minutes.
The split, too, against Canyon, because he's got Flash, and he has his ult, but they're just splitting and spreading so well against him. You can see he's like trying so desperately to look for an engage angle. He's like, maybe if I can get on top of him, maybe if I can get into that backline, maybe we can win a fight, but their positioning is so good. HLE just making sure he can't actually get multiple knockups there with the Flash engage. Kingan is level 18.
He's a monster.
And he's going to get his Zhonya's here.
And man, I don't know. We were talking about this, weren't we? In the Pog State, Wolf, like, Hanwha Life Esports, we just don't know what they're going to be like in a best of 5.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be about how the mental is for DK. Like, how resilient are they? Because I think everyone, without a shadow of doubt, agrees they had the much better draft. But their decision-making with it in the early game is what lost them this game, and then HLE played extremely well around their lead.
Yeah,
but I think if you replay this one and D+ make a few different choices, it's a different scenario. We'll see if they can keep their heads on straight.
All right, Life gonna have to break his stopwatch. I don't know whether DK can even do anything about this. They do take down the Rakan. Hanwha still gonna be pushing forward, and there are still inhibitor turrets, inhibitors down. So DK not with the ability to get too much back on this map.
Baron, if they can actually just do Baron really quickly here, which this comp allows, and then go straight to Elder, it's basically just a Exodia win here, and they can threaten the end with the Baron too. So it's very difficult for D+ to set up. On the alternative, they could just go straight to Elder here and make sure they have vision set up around the entire pit. They're going to do the former though, which I think is the riskier play, but it is also the better play overall if they can pull it off, and it's going to make sure they guarantee win the game, because now you can see D+ are giving this, but they're trying to set up for prio on the Elder itself, which is the more important objective. So if D+ can actually get some vision there and actually somehow steal this away, it's a win for them. But like I said, you can use this Baron to threaten an end, which means D+ then have to move away from Elder, and it's just a checkmate scenario here. There's no good choice for D+ right now.
Yeah, and when you've got supers, it is so difficult to defend with 2 inhibitors down against a Baron buff. It's kind of crazy, especially if you're trying to defend the one remaining inhibitor turret, as Canyon is just caught in no man's land. He was looking for a flank angle, and he kind of found one, I guess, but it wasn't the right one. And now Zekra is just going to dive in on top of this minion wave, and I think the game is just over from this point.
Kellen, you can see he was setting up vision here on this Elder, so D+ have a lot of it, but now they don't have a jungler, so ultimately not going to matter too much here. I think HLE playing this basically perfectly, rushing to the Baron just quickly enough to make sure they could time it with this. They rush it down because their comp allows for that. D+ get vision, but now have no jungler because Canyon was also trying to flank. I think if he plays it safer, it's a different scenario. They do have Unsealed Smite.
Yeah, Deft is going to get cast. He's really dead, guys. But no, there's not. That's Exodia. And now the Dragon's Wrath is going to be felt. It is a triple straight out the gate here for the Zeri. As now Kingan trying to keep them in combat to try and get towards that pentakill, as Canyon is going to spawn. But DK, they know that this game is well and truly over. My goodness, Hanwha Life Esports, there were not a lot of people that thought that this was going to be the outcome of this game. And man, this team came to play today. All of a sudden, DK find themselves trying to fight back from a 0-1. And if I was them, if I was their coach and staff, I wouldn't know what hit me.
Yeah, I mean, it is all about those early game fights they took where they gave the lead to HLE, because naturally HLE was not going to find those advantages elsewhere. Even if they got first Drake, that's a Drake you can give over. You don't have to force those fights. And I think D+ kind of donated an early game here to HLE, and then HLE took that. I don't want to take anything away from them. They snowballed incredibly well, but I don't know if that opportunity should have really existed with this draft. And this could even create some sort of false feeling of our draft was better here from HLE if the coaching staff doesn't actually really double down on telling these players okay, we got a little bit lucky here, let's try to draft a little bit stronger in the early parts of this because we were so reactionary against D+. I think D+ show up again on blue side, they pick blue side again, similar draft start for them, and I think HLE, you won this game, but we're going to have to see some serious review on what we're picking going into game 2.
I would agree. Let's have a look at the stats here. As you can see, Viper doing a whole bunch of work. Zeka doing a little bit more, but honestly, the damage stats don't really tell any of the story. You can see very linear gold graph for a composition that didn't have a lot of range, didn't have a lot of early priority, but they had a dream, and it definitely came true. That first dragon fight going their way, and they never lost the grip. Humble Life Esports coming alive here in the playoffs. We are going to go to a short break. This is a best of 5. We'll have the space afterwards, and then game number 2.
노플이 할게.
쌈좀 일단 우리 뭐야 보자.
나 빠질게. 해봐. 달려 노플. 끝내러 가자. 바텀 써. 바텀 써.
바텀 갈게. 펜타 각인데?
멘탈 가기야? 이거 한 번?
펜타 줘 도현이.
그래.
안 나와. 그냥 깨자.
느렸어. 끝났어. 제이스 노플.
다음부터 깨자 이거 그냥.
여기 처형 되네. 어디 있어?
깨자. 다음 게임 준비 잘하자.
알아서 보면 해줄게. 바로 나와.
너무 신나지 말고. 다음 형이도 잘해봅시다.
파이팅.
나이스.
가보자.
Down he goes, and down goes the Nexus. DK taking quick 2-0 tonight.
What a game! HLE, the only team to defeat T1 this season.
Hello and welcome back to the space. I am Valdez. With me is Huni and Ox today, and that was a game number one that not a lot of people expected. Started off, you know, we talked about the draft there on the casting desk. We can talk about it here as well, but Hololive able to take a pretty swift game number one.
Yeah, this felt like a really big draft edge for DK. You know, you have the Zeri Rakan into Varus Karma. It's going to be easy prio, really hard to survive that. Top lane as well, the Gragas will just be surviving against the Jace. And the only real avenue was like the Tristana mid. If you find momentum there, you can snowball. But that kind of all went out the window after that early fight.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the first game is really disaster from the DK. We even point out the Rakan, the red. It's not like that champion is it's not like a Blitzcrank. When you're getting pressure, you can't equalize the lane as much as he can. The lane, how bad it was like 3 minute 30. The lane has been 2 minutes, and Zeri lost a force pushing, and that was a first wave.
Yeah,
so that's how bad it was in the bot lane. And I don't know. We will see in the highlight something bad happen.
Something bad did happen, and you guys are, alluding to this quite a lot. So why don't we go ahead and check out this first fight, which really turned the game on its head.
Yeah, so Varus is staying bot to push in and get a plate, which means he's not here. The Dragon's taking a long time to finish, and you essentially give a free window to break the lane phase open where Zeri can just rotate over. You're committing to this fight. Varus is like no mana. Everyone's out of position. It just becomes cleanup central.
And also, you need to know that DK actually didn't base, and then they extended their tempos for getting one more Drake. That's as soon as they hit the Drake. Oh, this could be danger. What I said, it was like the Karma should have helped to show up in the bottom and get more plates up. And they don't have to do this. They can just do whenever they want. They can just come back and this play. As soon as Zeri gets 3 kills, I said game's over.
Yeah,
Can't.
And it was.
And Zeri is not the champion that, it's not like Varus, it's not like something the champion that, it's a hyper carry. That's the reason why we call hyper carry. When you get snowball in early game, when you're not supposed to, it's just, you can't come back.
Yeah, I feel as well, the fact it was an Ocean Drake, I don't think it really mattered what Drake it was, but you have these poke lanes where you're trying to chip them out, you give them an early Ocean, so it's like the poke is so much less effective. It's like everything that could have gone wrong went wrong.
Yeah, and that was in the span of about 9 minutes, right? So you're playing a comp that early games should not win, but it stomps early, and then you have so much scaling in the 280 carries that you essentially can't lose, which from here on out, we can take a look at the second highlight as well. Hololive Esports just kind of press their buttons. They have this immaculate engage. Didn't even have to be this good, but it was really a nice showing from Hololive here.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good play by like everyone, honestly. Like from Zeka, nice flash, like he jump in and just from Kingen, all the TP at the same time. As soon as the Sejuani just pressed the ulti. Like everything's perfect, and that's how Hololive actually got much, much stronger compared to the regular seasons.
Yeah, and I think the composition they had does really well in teamfights. You have so many engage options with Rakan, the Gragas, the Sejuani, the double AD carries. Like, there's no doubt how well they can do there. They definitely show that with their play. The big question for us was how do you bridge the gap from the early to that point? Apparently, just have DK start a dragon, and that's enough.
Yeah, and really try to force it really hard on the fight afterwards. That will help you out a lot. And Zeri's just there, zapping everybody, getting free kills. DK are going to choose blue side, and they will have no subs, of course. This is to be expected. Honestly, as DK, maybe you just run it back. You say, okay, like, let's forget that even happened. We're behind the game. What do you guys think they're going to do in this one?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's why I call kind of disaster, because they should be winning the draft that, like, when they need to. Like, at least, like, if the game goes like, let's say 45 minutes, let's say they actually win the first like 10 minutes and snowball pro poly, and then something bad happened and they got come back, like that's understandable. But this is like absolutely not possible to, make assumptions. So we'll see how it goes. They might try not to pick another snowball comp. They might change it. That's how I feel.
Yeah, they could give themselves a bit more security in the later stages, but to be honest, I don't think draft was the issue. This could honestly give Honma life. They have the momentum. They can actually alter their draft to make it better, because we came out thinking this is like a big edge, so maybe they can tweak some things and make it even easier.
Yeah. There are some other teams like Gen G that are like, okay, we're going to play Zeri with a bunch of tanks, and we're just going to play for like team fights and late game, and it's kind of saying like teams can't quite snowball as fast as they used to in the past. Do you feel like that's true, or maybe this is like an issue with the meta, the patch is changing, or...
I do think we've had a lot of changes toning down how able you are to snowball in the bot lane, right? We've seen like the Spell Thieves item tuned down. We've seen like buffs to the health regen on the melee supports. But I think T1 is an example of a team who show it's still very possible, very easy to do. The burden of execution just a little bit higher. And ultimately, DK win is clean.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I feel as well. And when you pick the something snowball, pick the composition, like there's a lot actually even in LCK, like even when anyone played it, like there are really hard tunnels on the Oli Drake, and that happened. That's a great example of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, we do have the POG ready to go. Let's see who does pick it up here for game number 1. It will be the Boom Boom Zeri Viper picking it up for game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's well deserved. I mean, from the first point, I mean, I did mention it, like first lane was not good because of the pig, I would say. And just the fight, like I think he played really, really perfectly, like, and he didn't really make any single mistake.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, is that obviously getting those early kills makes it a lot easier as the Zeri, but from then on, there wasn't a moment where Viper really messed up. And I think Life as well, pretty solid in the Rakan to allow them to pick up these extra kills. And moments like this, escaping on such a low amount of HP, so much gold was available on that Zeri, so much shutdown gold, so maybe if Viper did misplay, that could have been a potential avenue for DK to come back, but it never happened.
I think it was really cool to see Viper's killer instinct with the lead. He's like, I'm Zeri, I'm going to go all in, as we have 3 out of 11. You guys actually, alongside of one of the guys on the side of the Korean analyst desk, did tilt the scales towards the Boom Boom a little bit here.
But that's a good thing for Hana Life, I'll say, because like everyone played really well, and it's like it's really hard to choose the POG, just one person, no one pop off, and basically team pop off.
Even the King and Vote, for some of his engages, really good stuff from the side of Hana Life Esports. We'll see if they can keep it up, or will DK kind of screw their heads back on straight here. Let's jump back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We here on the caster desk believe that Life was kind of robbed in that one, but I mean, that is in challenge to others, and I think the spread makes a lot of sense given how much teamwork was required that game.
Yeah, weirdly for me, I thought Viper was the only choice I wouldn't have considered.
We are anti-Zeri voters here.
Well, I mean, especially when you watch the highlights, it was like he killed people, but like almost all the highlights we had, there were other people setting up for him. But it's just a team effort, right? So, as I said, I expect that D+ will pick blue side here again. We will see a similar draft. They won draft really hard. And as long as they don't tilt here and don't get frustrated outside of some poor decisions in that last game and making choices that didn't suit their composition, if the coaching is good here, I think you can kind of run back almost the exact same draft here as D+.
Yeah.
And just say, let's play it again part 2. Because HLE walked right into the Varus pick. And we'll see if HLE changes things up themselves.
Ooh, the Rakan ban.
They also voted support POG.
I was about to say that. Yeah, Life actually looking fantastic. I'm glad we spoke about the fact that, Life on some of these engage options is so incredibly good, as the Varus is actually going to be banned as well.
Yeah.
Hana Life identifying the flaws in their draft as well.
And, okay,
this, I think, is the better option than the Lucian, which is weird, but they are going to go with the Lucian anyway.
Deft is 10-1 on this pick. It has been his best pick, but that was in round 1, most of those games, right? And he would play it against weaker teams when he just wanted to win the game easy early when they had the better laning phase.
Oh, Hanwha's done this.
It's Nami Draven.
Yeah.
You see this all the time. You're walking right into it, and we will probably see the Sona from Kellen once again.
I think Kellen looks really excited to play it as well.
Yeah.
Weirdly enough.
We see this all the time. Well, I say we see it all the time. We saw it all the time early on in the season when Lucian was so heavily first picked, and HLE were 100% prepared for this. So we're going to see a completely different game. Forget everything we said about running this draft back.
I mean, this was Hanwha Life Esports that did it to T1 and 1.
Yeah.
Like they did that.
Yeah.
It's been a thing that they've been able to figure out. Lucian in solo lanes is something that has been cropping up, but with the Sona lock-in, it is going to mean that DK are opting in to it towards the bottom side.
Really?
As DK going to be flexing the Jace once again.
Really interesting that we see the Jace coming through here this early in the draft. You know you're walking into a Draven, and you pick the Jace space up here. It's very difficult to counter Jace in lane, but this allows HLE to just put, once again, Kingen on a brick wall topside champion like an Ornn Sion even. And they can just play early saying, okay, we're going to dominate with this Draven lane like they did against T1. Play the laning phase out extremely well, get an early cash in if they take an early skirmish, and just allow Kingen to just sit there under turret the entire time. If you wait and pick something else instead of this Jace, get a jungle pick early here, you get a higher tier jungle pick potentially, and you do get to avoid just kind of making this into a 3v3 bottom game.
I don't know, I'm almost in a different mind, just because if Kingen is on like an Ornn or a Sion or something like that, I think you're kind of happy about it. Because it means that Hanwha have off-theme top and bottom side of the map, and you're not going to spike at the same times around when you can try and get the cash-ins for the Draven. I think level 6 is really strong for Ornn if they're fighting around Herald, but we've seen things happen a little bit earlier on than that. But I'd like to see how Hanwha are actually going to tackle the Flex Jace.
The Ahri being banned here is really interesting. There's no Vi in this game. They've already locked in the Wukong, so pretty interesting choice to take that one away. Instead of the more common responses, for example, the LeBlanc to the Taliyah pick, if that's what they're looking for here, is we'll see a Maokai ban, and that does eliminate some of the potential crazy like Rumble picks that we've seen, challengers, so I'm going to take that one away. See, because it could have been Jace mid, Rumble top with the Maokai, and there's a lot of different shenanigans you could do with that. Not anymore.
You have to pick Renekton. If you don't pick Renekton,
I don't think so.
You may lose.
I feel like if you go ahead and grab the K'Sante here, you're, again, putting Kingen on just a brick wall champion on the top side. And yes, D+ can now play Renekton Italy.
Yeah.
And this is something they've been great on in the past. And it is going to be very strong also with the Lucian Sona. But it's a pick style that can go badly, as we are going to see some sort of flex. Yeah, the Elysir, very good at dominating the early game, especially in that bottom 3v there I was talking about. The difference in what these two champions can do at level 3 could not be bigger in the Elise and the Wukong. Wukong is just going to be so useless compared to what Elise can offer the Lucian Sona early push there. So, very strong here, the draft for D+ once again. So we'll see a Taliyah come through.
This feels like Hanwha Life Esports doubling down. They're like, oh, you've got this early game draft? Well, you're just going to try and overplay your hand. We're going to pick up some accidental kills, but this time we've got a Draven. If Draven picks up accidental kills, then things could really, really be over. And they can play through bottom lane a lot better in the early stages. With a Draven Nami, you can stand up to a Lucian Sona.
Yeah, the Elise, though, will destroy the Wukong, and the Wukong can't stand up to the Elise, which is where things get really scary, which means the Wukong has to kind of try to come down bottom side and isn't going to have as much of an impact, which means that Kana can continue to push top side, maybe even get a Demolish proc off on that turret, get some additional gold early, and then D+'s lead just kind of snowballs from there if they can make that bottom side setup happen, where Lucian is just dominating with the Sona. They have a lot of sustain down there. I feel like the way that HLE wins this is poor decision-making from D+. Again, taking bad fights, on the first or second Drake or first Rift Herald. Cash-in comes through like you're saying. I'm 100% on board with you. I think that if Viper gets ahead for, again, a poor choice by D+, maybe you win this one. But I do think that the walking into this Elise here and leaving the Renekton up, definitely things that hurt, especially because it's been Kana's best champion all season long.
Yeah.
It's Lucian is Deft's best champion. Obviously not going to have the Nami with it this time around, but still.
I think it's a really difficult scenario, right? Because if the first game hadn't happened, I'd be like, oh, 90-10, DK's favor, not because of just the champions by themselves, but by the playstyle of both of these teams. I don't see the old Hanwha Life Esports being able to come back in a game like that, but we saw game number 1, and we know that the jump program was successful the first time around. They just understood. And so I think this time, HarmoLife Esports, the draft gap isn't even as large. Let's jump onto the Rift here for game number 2. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 2. Match point on the line here for HarmoLife Esports. If they can overcome D+Kia's early game a second time in a row, this is going to need to be a tidying up of play, I think. Wolf?
Yeah, I think so too. And Kingen went teleport, no ghost on this K'Sante. This is more standard these days. It's the Grasp K'Sante. And in defense of the K'Sante pick, because obviously you're giving over this Renekton AP jungler. Could have been Nidalee, could have been the Elise, right? Both of them were available, we know this. And they picked the K'Sante instead. I think that the idea here is if we try to play Renekton, well, we're trying to both do Draven dominance bottom side and try to dominate the Jace, which you don't even know you're playing against, then you're going to be trying to win both sides of the map.
Yes. Wolf going to clear his throat just a little bit here as D+Kia in this bottom lane. Are you okay? He's got a glass of water. We're okay. We've sorted it out. Everything's fine. As Kellen, Arcade Sona. It's been a long time. That is Arcade Sona, right? It might be a Chroma, but I believe it is. It's been a really long time. I think we were giving that out for free, like at PAX in Australia, like 1 million years ago. I remember I used to give that to people.
It's the one that has the like fight stick setup.
Yeah. Actually, really cool.
It's not like the retro one.
Yeah, I stopped using it after DJ Sona because I liked the tracks. Thought it was pretty cool. It reminded me of 2015 finals. As Deft and Kellen, yeah, they're going to do what they can here, of course. We've seen the Sona quite a few times paired alongside the Lucian, played by Keria in a lot of situations. Yeah. Hasn't always been successful.
It hasn't. It has failed a lot, actually, but notice the win rate on Deft, 10-1, and Kana, I believe it was 9-0 on this Renekton.
Yep.
These are extreme comfort picks for these players.
Yeah, very happy.
So going back to your approach to picking the Renekton, definitely would have been a strong pick away. And I think the problem with this Wukong is that it's just not going to be able to do anything in these moments, right? This is what I'm talking about, level 3. The difference in strength could not be bigger.
Well, Canyon is just going to find a Cocoon and throw it at Clid there. Clid going to take down some Spiderlings though, so going to be a little bit upset about that if you are the Elise, as Canyon not going to be able to find his
Zeka?
As, yeah, looking for Canyon. Canyon not really scared of the level 3 Taliyah right now. And Zeka actually laning quite effectively, as we can see. Slight CS advantage, but Showmaker holding the wave.
Yeah, this is really annoying.
And so Zeka probably needing to have this, have a bit of help breaking the freeze, as Canyon just taking control of this bottom side.
He is being Elise. He's like, I am Elise, and now you guys have problems. Like, he hasn't done that much. He hit the Cocoon into the Spiderlings, but otherwise, he's just existing. And this is what I was talking about in this bottom 3v3 that you've walked into here with this Wukong priority. And you can't really play around topside because you've opted into the K'Sante lane there. So the early parts of this lane are going to be really hard. Now, in the first few team fights, though, where Viper can look for a cash-in, that's where the story changes.
Oh, that's an Ignite being used already. They get the cleanse out of Viper. Kind of huge here, as heal and cleanse both now down. And Clid going to have to be here babysitting this bottom side.
Yeah, and this means you're losing top and bottom.
Yeah, this is that 3v3 that you were talking about already. Viper forced out of the lane, and that is damage done. Like, that's it. Yeah, this bubble lands, but you now don't have access to your Draven, who's also going to miss out on all of that experience and gold. DK playing it out beautifully this time. And I think, you know, Deft had some real issues last time around. As I'll hold that thought for a moment. Showmaker going to accelerate himself for a minute.
Should be fine.
Will, yeah, be fine for the moment. But yeah, Deft really had some positional mistakes. Like, was not exactly playing to the form that we expect of this player. This time around, we're going to be expecting a whole lot more, especially on the Lucian that he's been so good at.
The laning phase was fine in game 1, at least the initial part of it, but it was really that first like 650, 7-minute fight where things went really bad. And he has a larger advantage this time around, obviously with the Elise power here. And Kingen gets no help, obviously. This is what we were talking about. Draven needs to have the Wukong bottom, but the Wukong can't win against the Elise. And this is just D+ going back to a pick that they popularized, like Lucid, on their Challengers team, was the first person to pick it for D+ in week 1 of Challengers, and then D+ played it that same week, of course, in the LCK. And then it was just subsequently kind of permabanned in almost every game, and Canyon had a few opportunities to play it, was extremely dominant on it, and it feels like D+ are just turning back the pages here to an earlier patch and to an earlier style of Lucian play and getting huge advantage. This is what I was talking about. You should be able to force a plate in this isolated matchup with the Renekton because there's nothing that K'Sante can do to you. Doesn't have Ghost here because he needs to have the teleport for later fights. Went for the Grasp variant here. So you can't punish this Renekton, and he just gets to walk up, take a plate from you. And so you're winning top, you're winning bottom here, and now Showmaker back in lane here, starting to get some advantages in mid. Zeka, of course, hasn't teleported just yet.
Nope, not quite. One thing that was really cool, I haven't actually seen a Demolish used off cooldown before, and that is exactly what happened towards that top lane.
Yeah.
As Kenna gets the next one as soon as he possibly can. Full wave ahead here for the Renekton so far. So things going how they're supposed to. And in the 6 minutes last time around, before the Ocean Drake, which is once again our first dragon, before that was started, it was kind of like this. It was exactly how it was supposed to go. Shock Blast, I think, might have landed if it was game 1. Did not happen this time around, though. So, I mean, it is still fine for DK. But Hanwha, they're not out of it just yet, and we know that if they do find these skirmishes, miracles can happen.
Yeah, Life taking a huge chunk of damage here, and Klid can't do anything before level 6, so this should just be the Drake going over, and in fact, with the teleport from Zeka, Canyon's already started this up, and this time, you win these. Like, there's no angle for HLE. Even with Taliyah having Weaver's Wall, you're so late to the party, Life has half health, he doesn't have setup CC. You know, if he bubbles, it's not going to win you the fight. Viper does so much damage at this point in time, but you don't have any sort of positional edge like they did the last time around. So this one is just going to go over for free for D+. No worries in the second game. And they're already kind of setting up for Herald here on the top side of the map as well. and Kana, I've spent a lot of time watching Kana stream. We know his Renekton is so good. I've actually seen him play the K'Sante into the Renekton so many times and just destroy top-level players on the Korean ladder. And he knows this matchup so incredibly well, and he's just not going to mess it up. You can trust that he's going to get that advantage. He's going to get that plate gold. He's going to have Cryo. And this looks like it's going to be D+ double objective early in the game.
Yeah, Deft playing so aggressively here into Viper and utilizing the flash forward, but not quite enough. The heal was back off cooldown, but once again, immediately, they get the cleanse and the heal out of this bottom lane. Thankfully, they have flashes, and Deft now does not. So a possible avenue, but man, they are just crushing this lane.
And this is like what we saw from HLE in their series against D+ in round 1, where they're like, oh, Deft, you can have Lucian, it's fine, we think we have the answer, and they did not, and Deft completely dominated them. And once again, here in playoffs, we're seeing it continue. 20 CS lead here, they have topside Prio, they had the early Drake, and now, you know, you have the Wukong getting close to 6, and maybe we see, like, if you were going even in bottom, maybe you could actually bring the Draven over and look for that early cash-in fight. But because you're forced under turret here, you will never get to the Herald fast enough, so you can't fight. You can hope for, like, an ult, maybe catching somebody, but HLE can't win a fight or get anybody low enough for you to even be able to do that, so you're stuck under turret. Deft can go over to the Herald, because he has so much prio, and make sure they get it, whereas you're kind of stuck on the bottom side of the map. You're not getting any plates, you're not getting anything. We back off here, does have level 6 now, and he's going to try to rush over, but there's just no way. I don't see it happening. And now Viper's not getting any additional farm bottom side.
Yeah, I think, yeah, he is going to be walking back down there. So immediately, the Draven going to be heading towards the bottom lane, going for that Bloodthirster first, as we expected. And we'll see whether any of this adoration will work out. Because until the Draven dies,
there's
does have potential.
Yeah, there's
right?
hope.
That's the one thing that you really have to watch out for. And so we won't, you know, dot any I's just yet. But still, it is a rough situation here for Hanwha in this game.
And if Kingen had Ghost in this matchup, obviously alone here, he could try to make some plays here onto Kana, but he doesn't, and he shouldn't, because he's going to need that teleport for later team fights. You can see he just can't do anything. He can't pull Kana into the turret by getting behind him. He could have flashed for it, but then you have no flash, so it's just not worth it.
Yeah, and even then, like, maybe you just die. I don't know. It is very difficult. As Viper, now with full health, does have Ebb and Flow from Life available. As Kellen, he's going to threaten, and there's the ultimate. The cleanse was already used, and Deft now going to be able to throw these Qs through. Whirling Death comes down, but only going to get one tick onto Deft now. As Viper does need to be a little bit careful, but still able to get a few axes back into the Sona.
Yeah, fairly risky there, that play from Deft with no flash himself. Of course, that if that bubble hits, this could look very different. It misses, unfortunately, for life, but just trying to force as many advantages as possible. Viper's flash back available now. Cleanse coming up soon, and just trying to get any edge they can. That's going to force it back. That's going to be an additional plate.
Yeah, Deft actually not using the Ignite in the last exchange either, I don't believe. So Viper used Cleanse, but Deft actually hadn't even ignited him, which I believe was why the Cleanse was used. I think even I thought that he actually didn't.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And he didn't have the Cleanse, of course, for the Sona ultimate, and did barely escape, as this is a matchup where things are getting out of hand very early, and they're even going to set up a dive with the Rift Herald. Kingen,
oh dear,
not getting out of this one.
Well, there's the flash, and immediately Ruthless Predator going to come down. That is going to be a very comfortable kill. First blood going over to Canyon, and he holds onto the Rift Herald. He's like, Canna, you deal with that. It's fine. You're a Dominus Renekton. You'll be able to take this turret down yourself, and he's still got 3 minutes to get the last couple of plates.
And you know, the hope you're talking about for the Draven before he dies, maybe he gets the cash and maybe we forget about the 20 CS deficit. You need to be able to kill someone to do that.
Yeah.
And I know that sounds silly to say out loud, but there's no setup on these objectives. You don't have prio anywhere. So you're going to have to somehow force a fight to get Viper in a position to kill somebody for that to ever happen. And D+ are just snowballing this game so incredibly well. The Elise pick has been so massive for them. Depth laning incredibly well, and you know, that was the flexibility of this Jace pick you were calling out in draft so early on.
The thing that I think has really turned this around is jungle agency. Because Clid on the Sejuani, and we don't often talk about Sejuani as being a champion with jungle agency, but Wukong definitely doesn't have any, right? And so now, with the fact that Canyon's been able to utilize exactly what was exploited against him in his favor, they have been able to mitigate these issues that they otherwise were experiencing in game number 1. And I think that that might be where Hanwha need to adapt their draft to give Oh, okay. Immediately Viper going to use his Cleanse as the culling going to be interrupted as well from the stand aside. Nicely done there by Hanwha Esports. Ebb and Flow starting to get a fair bit of health back for Viper as well.
I love how D+ are also just going to try to force these fights where they can set up for Herald Gold. Like, they went topside, got the kill. They're like, you know what? We'll save the Herald for bottom. Come down here bottom. And they could have just done Drake, but they're like, nah, we'll get more. We'll do everything. We'll get Deft all of these plates. We'll get him actually the first turret of the game. He's going to get an additional 600 gold. We're just going to make sure we maximize everything. And don't force a fight until it's completely safe. We don't want to have any chance that Viper could potentially get a cash in here. Look at the amount of wards they have. Like, it's actually obscene how many wards they have here in the jungle. There's no angle for a flank here. There's no way for Life to, like, come over the wall here and set up for a tidal wave and then look for a cash in. It's just not going to happen. Even with Taliyah, you don't feel like you can be anywhere near this objective right now. And if it's Hextech, this is probably game over. It's going to be a Cloud again.
Oh, double Cloud.
Double Cloud.
Feeling good about that. Actually, we had a lot of Clouds yesterday as well. Coincidence? Not sure. Last week, it was all about the Chemtech. So we had the Orcs influence, and then maybe the Drakes this week were like, well, let's give Atlas another week, and then maybe the following one will have some Drakes that are a little bit more exciting. So I apologize on behalf of myself and Orcs for the Dragon situation. But perhaps as soon as we get to match point or 1-1, things will start heating up.
Yeah. Crown here for Taliyah, and before anybody like rolls their eyes, I think considering the way this game is looking right now and how many ways there are for her to just be instantly deleted, like people always say like, oh, Jace could just stop that with a Shock Blast though, so is it good? I'm like, well, if you get hit by the Shock Blast and you don't have Crown, you're not in the fight anymore anyways. So, you know, it's one of those things where it doesn't feel great, but you're behind this game and you're not the carry. You're not the main character, Zeka. You're hoping you're going to get a nice shove and get Viper a kill.
Whoa.
He's going to carry.
Okay, so hadn't really checked, but at this stage, we've held on to perfect game pace here.
Yeah.
For D+ Kia by 15 minutes. Certainly much better use of their extraordinarily early game focused composition.
Yeah, they did not force a bad fight and lose the game early. They played it well.
Viper a bit scary. Is going to take the culling. Life going to take the second half of it. So in total, a champion died, but they spread the damage.
They spread the damage, but that damage means that it's very difficult to now contest second Herald here. that Deep Bliss can set up with. Look at where Canyon is, taking the Gromp, and now he can just go straight over there. They have mid prio. There's no turret top, there's no turret bottom. Like, they could not really be further ahead unless, you know, maybe Viper messed up some of those exchanges bottom and actually died. That'd be like the only way they could be further ahead than they are right now.
No, I think if like Viper had died at all, that's when we're really calling the alarm and saying that, oh, okay, let's set up for game number 3, you know, all this sort of stuff. But because he hasn't, we're going to hold that thought for at least a moment.
I feel like right now is the turning point where if HLE can't actually force a good fight here in the next 3 or 4 minutes, you know, arguably on this third Drake, like, I'm ready to say let's talk about game 3, because I just don't see any world even right now where Viper is going to get a kill, because they have no pressure, they have no engage, and, you know, Clid will just straight up die if he tries to hard engage. He has flash ult.
Well, Shirley going to get some work done here as, okay, there's the flash in. Exactly as you say, Tidal Wave going to follow, and the Whirling Death doesn't really do too much. Clid going to be lit on fire, and he's going to have to run away, and I think this turret is also going to die. So they went for it. They pushed the buttons. They did exactly what you asked of them, Wolf, but it just wasn't quite enough.
He lived, so like I wasn't 100% right, but I was pretty sure if he flash ulted in there, you know, the optimism of it is rough. Now, they saved the turret for now. Yes. I don't think it's going to live much longer, and it's not like its first turret. It is mid turret, which is pretty huge, especially against this Elise, who's going to be looking for picks later on. She could just blow people up in the jungle.
Like, old lead plateauing, Wolf?
Yeah, I mean, I guess a little bit.
Yeah, it's not kind of almost.
We're getting to the point, too, where if Canyon continues to harass people and poke down and get additional first-rate gold, he'll get a second item, and if we get to, like, the 22 to 25-minute mark, if he finds, like, Zeka in the jungle, he might kill him if he doesn't have this crown. So, well, it's really a tough situation to even further quantify. Like, HLE need a miracle, and they tried to set one up with that flash ult, but now you don't have flash ult for this Drake fight. And your turret is still going to go down. So the news doesn't get better. At least they have some prio here, vision-wise, on the bottom side of the map. Like, they're trying to inch their way through here. It looked like they were going to maybe set a trap with the Taliyah, but they decide not to. They really want to keep this turret alive.
Yeah, I was thinking Deft might overextend, but not actually going to happen, and they had so much vision available that it was going to be difficult for him to even be in trouble there as Zeka doesn't find the rocks to stop the slice. And now this Drake, this turret is going to go down. Drake going to be the next thing on the menu 35 seconds from now, as Imperial Mandate is done for life, so there is that first power spike. But it isn't exactly the greatest of situations, as Deft with his Gale Force done, looking for item number 2. We'll see where he goes with that one.
But these are two completely different drafts, like game 1 to game 2, but both games, I think D+ had a pretty significant draft edge. In game 2, it's not as strong, but it's still pretty strong. And this is part of why D+ won so hard in the regular season against HLE both times, is HLE had serious drafting problems, and Hanwha said they remedied it. We saw, you know, the coaching staff talking about that a little bit in the pregame interview. But man, like, D+ didn't panic. They didn't choke here after losing game 1 with a better draft. They're just coming in efficiently, and they're crushing it. Kana?
That's a flash forward, as they really want to kill Viper here. The Crescendo just goes wide, though, so they're not able to punish him. Still, they get his flash. That is what they were looking for, as Canyon's going to get Soul Point here. Not any way for Hanwha Life to get over there, as Clid flanking, as per usual, as the Weaver's Wall to come in. He's moving the wrong direction, but Kellen is just going to die. As now Kingen diving onto Deft here. What is going on in this river? This is very, very strange. The Whirling Death not available, and so it isn't going to be the Draven getting the kill, but that was odd.
Yeah, no Draven kill here, and also the kill going over the Cassante and said that Taliyah doesn't feel great. So, bit of a hiccup here for D+, because they're trying to so hard push this top turret, or rather defend this top turret as Kingen is pushing it. And everybody's grouped up to actually then collapse and punish the Cassante. So if you look at the minimap here, you can see where Cassante is. So they're like, all right, we're going to push up and collapse, right? They don't know where Clid is, so the ult comes through and the Taliyah follow-up is amazing. So Deft and Kellen are punished for trying to actually catch this Cassante. A really nice trap here set up by Kingen and Hanwha Life Esports to make sure that maybe there's an opportunity for a pick. No kill to the Draven, as you said, but still a significant amount of gold injection to this team.
Yeah, really nicely done. Great collapse. They'll need a few more of those, but now at least the kill score is in favor of Hanwha Life Esports. And I think that also really does, you know, add a little bit of a mental edge for Hanwha in this series, realizing that they can find some of these skirmishes if they catch DK a little unawares. Crescendo will be back off cooldown pretty soon. Flash almost up for Deft also. So the ability to make plays back on the table for D+ Kia.
Yeah, and you know, the Sona can't really build Imperial Mandate. That's not a thing. So she builds Shurelya's here, which is really strong. Obviously, if you can have this much of a lead and you could just collapse into fights instead for your Renekton. But you know, the Imperial Mandate is pretty good at making sure that Lucian can still be relevant in the mid to late game. Not going to be the case this time around. And so just something to mention, it is not the same kind of Lucian snowball here on these objective fights. But with the amount of map control that D+ have and this mid turret being down for so long here, you could just see the impact of what it means for vision across the map. All of that topside vision where they're trying to push right now. It's around the Baron too.
Yep. And it's also, it's not the first strike Lucian variant, which is the one that like we only really see with the Nami. It is going to be press the attack, so not going to be doing that big amounts of boom boom, getting a whole bunch of extra money and stuff like that, and snowballing more effectively in this mid game. And we'll see where the build's going to evolve into as well. We've seen a fair bit of, you know, Infinity Edges alongside the Gale Force, but that's with a Nami as well. Could be Quick Blades.
Yeah, I think it's
and we'll see whether there is a Essence Reaver in the build as well, because often you see that one built first, so it's already a little bit of a change-up.
Yeah, no doubt. And, you know, for Viper here, there's still an angle, right, where he gets a massive cash in.
He's got 500 stacks, yeah.
He has 500 stacks. He's going to get a huge amount of gold. It'll be able to finish an item instantly if it happens. But that's if it happens. And I'm still not optimistic, even though we saw that punish play there onto Deft, as the Quick Blades we were talking about now complete. You still have to get into a position to set up for him, and like D+ made one mistake. They were like, wow, Kingan's being really greedy, we'll punish him, and then they walked into that. But you don't get a second one of those, right? And so they need to actually have better setup on an objective. And I think that might mean something like forcing a fight that's not great and just hoping for the best, hoping that D+ mess it up. And if that's all you can hope for, you don't feel great, but if maybe Viper gets that cash in, you know, that's your angle. We've seen games like, remember when HLE played T1 in round 2, Viper did nothing in the early game and then popped off in the late game. We went to like 35 minutes, and Draven can do so much damage there, even if he isn't accelerated in the early game, but you then have to survive there, and so you have to get one of these Drakes to buy that additional time.
Yep, as, oh my goodness, he actually went back into the cocoon, as Deft is going to dive forward, and Clid gonna get that back massage, almost dies, but doesn't. Not able to get in range for the Ignite, I guess, was Deft. And so DK going to at least send the Wukong home, gives them a lot of control this stage of the game.
Even though he survives, D+ mission accomplished what they were looking to do here. Viper's just farming it out, man. We're just watching Viper's numbers go up. Like, that's the only thing we're observing right now.
And DK know that their ability to guarantee that they have this advantage is by killing Viper.
Yeah.
That is what they have to do. And Viper now going to take a Shock Blast, going to use the entirety of his shield in order to soak all that damage. As Kingan not going to have as much front-loaded shield. Does dash to get it back again.
It's an instant win if they get him, but they don't even have to get him necessarily. That's the pressure's on HLE for this one. They do have actually a little bit of prio setup, but look at Kana. He's roaming over, flanking over.
Yeah, Kingan could be in trouble here. Goes unstoppable. He's now used that, and the Cocoon is going to come forward. Clid finds the Cyclone onto Deft, but the Casante's already been taken out. Deft is going to avoid the Whirling Death as well, so no cash in for you just yet. Tidal Wave going to land, but it's only onto a Renekton, as there's the culling. Just back off cooldown in time to guarantee the Cloud Soul and a couple of kills for D+ Kia.
Yep. That was your chances, HLE, to maybe look for a fight. That's why we saw the flank there from Kana. He wants to make sure they can lock down the front line instantly. And notice they don't push into the choke point. Yeah, Tidal Wave comes out, and there's a follow-up bubble, but Kana's in ult. He's not going to die. No one else is in range of this Draven, so Viper can't kill anybody. There's no real pressure here. Like that fight was basically perfectly played by D+ Kia start to finish, and now they're just going to take a Baron. They have Cloud Soul plus Baron. to start taking even more gold off of the map. And weirdly, Showmaker is like in this game on 2 items. Like I'm not even relevant. Do I even exist? Like he's just so unnecessary.
0-0-0 Jaces, like that's the thing for DK this game. Like they're so dangerous, man.
And Kingen has to be up here like this, or Viper can't push through the choke. He cleanses instantly here. But then look at who's vulnerable here for D+. Nobody. Kana flashes onto Clid, who has to then go back through this choke point. And even with the tidal wave here, they don't overextend. Only Kana eats the wave, only Kana eats the bubble, and they can just kite back through. I think your hope was as HLE, maybe D+ actually go through this choke point, they mess up this fight, maybe I get a cash in, maybe I get a double kill, but it just wasn't going to happen.
They run so fast, by the way, with like on the Cloud Rift as well as having the Cloud Soul. As Deft has done a lot of damage this game, 13k here by 25.5 minutes is not bad. And he's building towards his Cyrildas as well. And Kingen taking a fair bit of damage there in this mid lane as we go for the 2-3. Try and lock this one down. Seismic Shove just to get that Siege minion in range. But the poke is real here. Siege actually pretty good just in general, as now Kana could be in trouble. The all-out does come through as, oh, the interrupt from Kellen is so good as Zeka has to flash to get himself away. Slices, dices Kana. Can he stay alive? The answer is almost as he goes golden. The Whirling Death, can he get the cash in? The answer's no. Cull the Meat comes in again, and Kana is an immortal crocodile. The W gets pressed by the Sonar. He walks it out, and DK, oh man, I don't know how you did that, but they turned the situation. It's a 10,000 gold lead, so perhaps they just paid for it.
Sick play there from Kellen, blocking Zeka out. If he gets in there a little bit faster, maybe you have the damage, maybe you get on top of that Renekton, but he just can't get in. And HLE, man, they're not playing League of Legends, they're playing a mini-game of trying to get this Draven to cash in.
It's the Blue Blades, man, that they can't see past the Blue Blades.
It's just not gonna happen. You need to get a pick, and they tried so hard, they were very close. But D+ are going to shut it down, and now they're looking for more inhibitor value here on the bottom lane.
Yeah, this snowball is, almost, like, he still hasn't lost the stacks. I still want to hold on to Hope Wolf, but I just don't think it's going to happen. They've already lost 2 inhibitors. Atlas, you're losing your mind. Just stop focusing on the stacks.
And when we go back to that Rakan ban, I think this was really D+'s way of not saying, oh, life was the problem in game 1, but they were like, we're playing Lucian in game 2. This is our game 2 best of 5 strategy, and we're not going to give you the opportunity to play Xayah. They decide to take away the Nami, and that's their whole game plan here, is look at Kana, he has his ult, he has the Q, gets the double dash, is able to stopwatch here, and the Taliyah has to walk so far around because of the interrupt by Kellen that Zeka does nothing in this fight. And look at Viper, he's like, my reach is too short, my axes don't reach, I'm so frustrated, I can't do anything. And this draft, once again from D+, is just much better.
Yeah, I think I know Viper realizes that if he flashes, then he kind of just insta-dies in the next fight, but you sort of have to if you can get yourself a cash in. Oh man, it's a difficult scenario, and honestly, it's 13,000 gold. No matter what he does, they're basically just gonna lose at this point.
I'm starting to feel like D+ is just even dragging it out as a misclick.
Well, no, that might. Oh, okay, yeah. He emotes to tell us that it was. It might have just been a flex.
I think he was trying to.
Thought it might have been that.
I think he was trying to drop his control ward and accidentally fat fingered it. But it almost feels like D+ are dragging it out, and maybe if that's the case, maybe he did stopwatch on purpose, hoping that HLE would see it just for the BM for the best of 5 mental boom. But I mean, this is just abysmal here for HLE.
How many does it take to kill Kana is the question, and the answer before was more than what Harmer Life had. And Tidal Wave going to go wide here. Kana just moves back towards his Sonar, who's going to heal him all the way back up. Inhibitor turret's going to go down, the inhibitor sure to follow as we're pre-30 minutes. 3 inhibitors are now down. There is not much more that DK could do to snowball this any further other than killing the Nexus. And now, Kingen going to be in trouble. Clid almost dead, just barely gets himself out. Double tap from the Light Slinger is going to come in as the wall is going to separate them. And the first Nexus turret will fall. This game, very different to what game number 1 was, but the blueprint remained the same. Pick for early game dominance, and DK show us exactly what they plan to do with it here, just 1 game late. Kana just having a good time, slicing and dicing through the Harmer Life esports players as the Nexus will now go down all out for Kingen, but he's all out of this game, and they are all out of chances. They do have the ability to come back, though, in game number 3. We're set up for a best of 3 now between DK and Harma Life Esports. DK back on track.
DK back on track. 2 winning drafts back to back. This time the execution is much better. No early game errors. Yeah, man, if they're going to play it like that each and every time, and if HLE are not going to be able to find these winning drafts, we might be on our way to the 3-1 Andy Pred being the winner, because like after game 1, I felt like, okay, D+ can bounce back easy, right? Like they messed up one fight and they lost the game, but they had a way better draft. I was feeling pretty confident. Okay, HLE feeling much better after that first game, but I was still kind of like, we're going to have to see better drafting. We did not. And now I'm feeling like this could be a very one-sided rest of this series that might have been a 3-0 if D+ didn't mess up that 650 fight in game 1.
And I need to apologize to you, Wolf, because I didn't believe. We came off the desk afterwards, and I'm just like, oh man, it's going to be so hard for DK to emotionally come back from that loss, right? Like they had the right draft, still lost the game. Oh dear, but they come into this one. Kanna gets under the Renekton, and it is like impossible for him to lose on this champion, I guess. And they just turn it around. It is exactly like what you said as we stepped away.
Yeah, and these are 5 players who have so much experience, plus they have an insane coaching staff. You know, Acorn right at the front of the stage. He's
Jay as well.
These guys can bring it back. You know, they absolutely can get their drafts to win a game again. And I'm worried for HLE, Atlas.
I am too. Let's see whether they can do it maybe on a different side of the rift. It is break time when we get back to space, and then game number 3.
이줄게. 탈리아 대천사 받았다. 야, 이거 풀이야 얘. 천천히 해봐.
버리지 마.
노플. 도공 궁 있다. 나이스. 야, 탈리아. WQ 빠졌어. 그분만 조심. 각 벌리죠. 그분만 정화 뺄게. 도정아. 이 빠졌고 그분. 빨리지 봐봐. 난 가인이라 괜찮아. 탈리아 더비 빠졌다. 계속해서 타. 얘 타워 치자. 타워 치자, 타워. 그건 클린지 없어. 천천히 해보는 거.
다음은 끝날 때.
끝날 듯. 탑이 떨비. 뭐라? 그분 1킬도 못 먹었네.
나이스.
와, 729스택이야.
goes to the Nexus. DK taking quick 2-0 tonight.
What a game! HLE, the only team to defeat T1 this season.
Hello and welcome back to the space. I'm still Valdez with Oxen Hooney, and that was more of what we were expecting out of DK, coming out here and basically playing the first 15 minutes pristinely, not losing anything, getting a very nice, comfy gold lead. What did you guys think about the start of this game in the draft?
Yeah, I feel like it was still completely fine. I feel like Honor Life actually preferred their draft in this game relative to the first one, but it just felt like the bot lane and the top lane went kind of similar to how we expected in that game one, where, you know, Kana consistently had pressure, and importantly, the bot lane consistently had pressure with that Sono Lucian. Deft piloted it really well. It's just like, unless you land a bubble on the Nami, you're just going to lose trades and get whittled down over time.
Yeah, I mean, DK, surprisingly, they brought it back. They brought it back from the first draft. Even though they fail in the game, it's complete. That's what we said. The draft is completely fine. They just need to play better. And game two, they actually play better. At the same time, I don't know, Kana just getting ranked more and more and more and more. And he's just unbeatable. At the same time, HLE brought it the exact composition when they beat the T1 round one. But the thing is, like, I'm not saying DK is actually better than T1, but like you gotta see like what enemy actually play too. Like those compositions are fine, but you're actually losing lane way too hard. And if that's what, like we said, the exact same thing at the game one. If you can't, don't make a mistake. If enemy team don't make a mistake, you're just gonna get snowballed on it.
Yeah, and speaking of Snowball, I really liked how they ended with Elise and Renekton. They're like, we are going to win early very hard and get the snowball going and not have what happened in game one happen again. So we can take a look at some of the early fights here, and I say early, about 15 minutes in was the first one. Not too much action to start off this game.
Yeah, I feel like the game didn't go too fast, and it was kind of just a controlled game by DK, and a lot of teams might have after that game one go, oh no, we need safe, we need scaling. They went for the aggressive picks and they carried the momentum on, and I think after a certain point, especially at this point in the game, we were kind of just watching and being like, okay, when will Viper cash in? That might be enough to turn the game around, but it just wasn't coming, and this is an example of some fights where our eyes were all on the Draven, seeing if he could get a kill.
I mean, that's why, like, when you actually pick the Draven, like, you have to win the lane. Like, otherwise you're gonna be like really passive. Like, you're just gonna be waiting until enemy team to make a mistake. You can't make a proactive play as it's just champion. It's just what designed for, and they fail basically.
Yeah, I think you have to find some kind of angle, as you're saying, to get this Draven online. Otherwise, you're just going to sit here and not get any gold, and you're going to have to play safe because you don't want to lose those stacks, but you also have to get something out of the stacks, but you can't if the enemy team is playing well and you're behind, so it feels like you're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place.
I think it would be easier if you had like a Nautilus in lane with you or something that can like guarantee a kill target or a pick. But the problem is it felt like they didn't really have that in their sort of toolkit with the team. They didn't have like a really solid engager who could just get that kill, get that cash in. So it was really just waiting for someone to overstep and die to Draven.
Yeah, I mean, that's why this meta, like when you actually pick the utility support, like that's why you have to win the lane. You have to really, it has to be really, really lane focused. Otherwise, either just jungle need to get help on the bottom, but this was not the cases.
Yeah, and it's rough when you got an Elise roaming around as well. Let's take a look at the second fight later on in the game because, you know, there were some chances. Actually, you know, Kingen was trying, Clid was looking for angles, but they couldn't quite put the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, this one looked like maybe the moment where they get the cash in. It looks like he's going to go down. It's a really good stopwatch, and then Flash comes in to save it, and Flash! Yeah, Viper should have gone for it. I think he's waited too long. Yeah,
I agree. I mean, the game is already like 10K behind. But the thing is that you got to do something. You're not gonna just end the game while the Nexus is just about to explode it, and that was the last chance. Otherwise, this game to just end it.
Yeah, and he didn't flash, so this happens. He ended
Yeah.
the game with 729 stacks.
He was on the fountain with that many stacks. It was actually, he would get 1,862.5 gold just from the stacks. We rounded up. But that's just from the stacks, not including the kill gold, not including like shutdowns. That is just the stacks he had available, and he ended the game with them. I think that's honestly worse. Like, you know those games where like you die and lose the stacks?
Yeah.
I think this is worse, to end the game with 0 kills and never cashing in. 0 kills, 0 deaths. It's just frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, no blame, honestly. Like, I think the play, like, it was like whatever. But the thing is, like, just from the draft, like, they gotta just do like better job. It's the same as a game 1, honestly. Like, if DK play well, they would have lost the first game as well.
Yeah, so Hanwha Life Esports, they select the blue side, and I think this is going to be good because playing a couple games on red now, you know, you're trying to, do we take away the Varus, do we take away the Lucian? It's kind of rough against this team, but now on blue side, I think they'll have a better chance of getting started on the right foot in the draft at least.
Yeah, I think there's definitely advantages when you can pick up those strong early picks. I do still have some concern though, because we've seen the lane matchups be really important, top and bot, and DK are going to have the opportunity to counter pick, so I still think they can leverage that.
And highly recommend the ban Renekton. The ban Crocodile from the Kana. Like,
yeah.
You have to know, if this guy gets the Renekton, like, he will win the lane, he will dominate the team fight as well, and he will find a way that he can be actually way more useful than when he actually playing other champion.
Yeah, I mean, Wolf was talking a lot about how on his stream he's playing both sides of the matchup. He knows exactly how to play this champ. Just don't let him have it. Just don't get into that situation. We do have a POG here for game number 2 on the side of DK. It will be the Croc himself, Kana.
What did I say? Like, just ban him. Like, he will just get another POG if he can play another one. And he actually just dominate his lane phase. And even in team fight, like, he was so fat that it's so easy for him to be impactful every single fight.
And even there was a point where they had Herald after they got that kill top, and they opted not to use the Herald to keep the laning phase going because he was just dominant. They wanted to keep the laning phase as long as possible because the K'Sante just couldn't handle him. And then moments like this in a team fight, especially when you have a champion like Sona backing you up, the ability to kill Renekton becomes it's just not there. If you don't have like a fed Draven, the healing comes in and he just survives far too long.
Yeah. The power of stopwatch as well. When you are ahead, you get in a little sticky situation. You're up against a lot of these pick champions that can kind of stun you down. And a couple of votes for the jungle as well. The Renekton Elise coming alive here in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, completely makes sense. That's why, how many times do I need to say, just ban it? He's good at, Kana is good at Renekton, that's it.
Yeah, just ban it, and maybe the Lucian as well. But guys, we do have game number 3 on the way. Let's go back to the casters for that game number 3.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And I very much like Hooney's analysis at the end there. Just ban Renekton. He's 10-0 on the champion. Like, let's just take it away.
So now that they've picked blue side here, HLE, Hanwha may be looking for Klid's Lee Sin early in the draft and then playing a little bit more of a reactionary game. They also could be looking for a first pick Rakan to put Viper on the Xayah, because in both of these first 2 games, it has been all about Viper in terms of the draft. Early Zeri pick, try to get that scaling online. They made it happen despite a really good draft from D+. And then in game 2, it was all about the Draven. We're going to pick the Draven away. We're going to get early cash-ins. But they had no winning lanes. They had no prio. They couldn't make it happen. And I expect that maybe in this 3rd time now on the Rift, they might be looking for that Xayah Rakan and trying to play a different style there. As such, I think it's a pretty good idea for D+ to just ban Rakan here on red side.
Yeah, and I think they will. They banned it last time around as well. On the blue side, it was Veigar, Vi, and Rakan, and it seemed to work out pretty well. Caitlyn going to continue to be banned here. Annie, of course, a new ban for DK, as they have to ban it away on the red side. Not allowed to let Annie through. As Elise also going to join the ban list. That is going to be the adaptation, and I like it. I still feel like the jungle picks are the most important. I still feel like this Wukong is kind of a trap.
Yeah, in game 2, like, they had no winning lanes, and they had a losing jungle matchup that they were losing so hard that there's just nothing you can do. You could take the Draven and be like, we beat you in this matchup, but you can't actually win the 3v3, so who cares if you took away the Nami and you're trying to push that lane. If Velios banned here, I think that they're really fishing for this Rakan ban, and I think D+ will give it to them.
Yeah,
and maybe we'll go first pick Lee Sin. You know, maybe that's the angle they're looking for here.
Not that many illegal picks to leave up.
Ashe is the only scary one, but Varus is banned, so...
Yeah. So Vi is going to be taken away. That is a Clid-specific one. Clid on the Vi flanks is a scary prospect. As Lucian going to be picked away. And only one loss for Viper on this champion as well. As DK now hovering the Ashe, at least for the moment. And Deft has been an Ashe AD carry connoisseur. Does enjoy the Kraken Slayer Ashe quite a lot.
Yeah, I did not expect to see this at all in this series from HLE, the Lucian pick. And how fitting would it be for Deft to conquer this series, saying I could play both sides of the aggressive matchup, the Lucian, and the Zeri side of things here. Because he played the Varus, obviously, in Game 1 very well, got the advantage there. Game 2, dominates lane with Lucian again, but now he's playing the weak side of the matchup. Some nerfs to Lucian Nami makes this a lot more playable here for D+, but this has been the most common answer on both sides all season long. You pick the Zeri first, they pick Lucian. You pick the Lucian first, they pick the Zeri, because your strong point is on the opposite side of the game timer. You're looking for the late game to survive through that early part. Sejuani.
That is a Kindred being hovered. That is a hover, so I won't react overly to that one. But Zeri Sejuani did work out very well for Hanwha Life Esports last time. This time they're going to be into the Lucian Nami, actually reunited after being separated in game number 2. And that's some more hovers.
It's an angle where I think the Wukong is actually pretty good here, actually, for HLE in the early parts of the game. But the Lee Sin that I was talking about earlier, looks like they might prioritize here. Very much going to be difficult to pull this off. It's skill-based. And this opens up a lot of different possible ways to play the game. The Maokai here, in isolation, not incredibly strong with the Lucian Nami, but can lead to tidal waves, can, of course, set up for something like a Rumble pick we've seen, but you're not running the Draven. It's not that same T1 style we saw in Challengers.
I think the Rumble is a really interesting one now, like you were talking about. But the Lulu is definitely going to be locked in here. I don't think that you're allowed to give that one up if given the opportunity.
Yeah,
could have gone for a Jace, I guess, or something like that, but that's been hit or miss. And so now, some extra bans to come through. The Maokai that Peanut was playing, I think, was really impressive. We did see a bit more of the AP Maokai flavor. I believe that was in Challenger earlier in the week.
Yeah.
But here in the LCK, I think the tank Maokai has looked so much better.
I think we will probably see AP Maokai here, and I think D+ thinks so too, because they're going to take away the Tristana now. But we'll see. It's obviously going to be based on what the rest of this draft has to offer. And with what we're seeing right now, AP Maokai doesn't look good, but I think that they're picking this early because they want to be able to set something up, have that additional poke here. As HLE going to ban the Renekton, but
they passed the test. The Huni test.
There's so many options for D+ now, and the fact that the Renekton has to be banned because they have red side pick priority really hurts, because they don't even need to play a Renekton here. They can just play a tanky frontline. They already have a Sejuani. They can just double down on that and let the Zeri be the hyper carry.
The thing that I like about drafts with Zeri is having priority on the top side and then just letting the Zeri go neutral and then having her as a late game win condition after you've played around the top side beforehand, because you can be pretty defensive with your Zeri play. We've seen her work a lot better if she's an early game afterthought instead of an early game let's hope she doesn't fall behind.
If they ban Cassante here, they're not really thinking about what their opponent's draft is going to do more than they're thinking about what they don't want to face, like tier list bans. We'll see the Cannon taken away here now, which is interesting. Does kind of make the Cassante pick a little bit more appealing here for D+ now, because it is left open, but they're going to wait and save that counter pick because the Taliyah here is so strong right now and does offer you a lot. And you already talked about how great Showmaker is on this pick as the team that's utilized the Taliyah the best out of any of our LCK teams across the last few years.
Yep.
But I just want them to lock it in because I want to see what HLE are cooking. Because you could still play like a Yone and Rumble lock in here. You could play the Rumble top with Yone. You could do that. I mean, something unusual I think is about to come out here from HLE. They've got a plan. And, yeah. I mean, they could just pick Cassante, do something boring here, but this draft isn't going to snowball as hard, as they're just going to expect the top Cassante here and pick the blind Gnar. And I really thought there was going to be a better plan here.
Yeah, I think the chef's taking a day off. I think the Gnar is a little bit uninspired. Certainly some options in a more melee perspective for Zeka.
Yeah, he's...
Like the Yone or something like that could come through given the Maokai.
Yeah.
But that would put Clid on probably AP Maokai, which we're not super sold on. And there it is.
Just be bold enough to play the Rumble top.
They're not pro. Their tagline isn't be bold, Wolf.
I know. Also, Rumble in this composition isn't as good as it is in others. I think with the Lucian here, it does have a bit of an awkward time synergy-wise here. Is the setup that you have with the Gnar, Yone, Maokai is super good for Viper in the late game. And even though they picked this blind and it was an expectation that you're going to have the K'Sante here, Connor's like, I don't care, I'm going to play the K'Sante, and he's going to take Ghost here, or TP Ghost. Talking about that earlier in the last game.
Yeah.
And this time you want the Ghost because you need it into the Gnar, or you will just get bullied. You can't actually just sit there and go, all right, well, I'm gonna just sit there with Flash Teleport and get bullied.
Yeah, or just get ran down the lane, right? Like, Hyperprox means that, yeah, even if you flash, you kind of get hopped on and then maybe you just die anyway. So, not going to risk that.
I think that D+ here have a extremely well-rounded draft. I think they have good pick setup. They can get the Zeri ahead early. We can have a certification, in the first 12 minutes of the game if they set up picks really well. And even if they don't, they scale very well here too. And without any sort of combo potential here or any sort of poke setup, they don't have a Jace, it's just a Lucian. I don't think AP Maokai makes sense. They didn't hard commit into it. So I just overall like the draft way better here for D+, and it's all about whether or not Viper gets ahead in the bottom lane. I feel like that's the only angle you have in the early game, and then you need to snowball that lead into mid game. And if you don't, on D+, the game plan is so simple. It's just a meta draft we've seen all season long.
Yeah. I actually, I was a bit uninspired on both sides at different moments, right? And it's been the top lane. The Gnar pick, uninspiring. But the K'Sante into the Gnar, also pretty uninspiring as well. Zeka going to be taking this Yone. I think so much is now on his shoulders. Clid, I'm very scared that we're going to see First Strike and then Flareon, and then it's just going to be a rough time there as well. But can DK or Hammerlife, which one is going to bring us to match point? Let's find out right now. All right, here we are, under the rift once more for game number 3. One of these teams going to be moving to just one more game to win. Or, afterwards, we could.
And
towards Silver Scrapes, we'll just have to see.
Phase Rush, Blue Smite for Clid, so that's a good sign.
Oh, that is a really good sign.
And I think that they could have done a bunch of different other things and gone for the AP Maokai, but I like that they don't.
I do too. But then, because they didn't go for the AP Maokai, they'll have like basically no magic damage outside of whatever little bit of magic damage Yone does.
And that is why they need to snowball super early, because Viper will, if he is ahead in this game, he can kill Canyon and Kana. He absolutely can. And if we get to a really late game where D+ are like ahead, but they actually can't get objectives, and we go to like a 35, 40-minute game, like he can kill them also again. But if we go to a game where, he doesn't get damage done early, and we're looking at second Drake, third Drake, like those go D+'s way every time. If the Lucian is just sitting on a Gale Force and isn't actually accelerated and isn't doing anything. It is going to be the First Strike setup that you talked about last game, but because of the Sejuani, you actually do have to take the cleanse here. Feels frustrating because the Zeri gets the free barrier. So this is already looking great for Deft and Kellen.
Yeah, possible winning lane angle, actually.
Yeah,
given,
straight up.
The summoner spells like you're talking about. We'll see how aggressively they play it as already. Kellen getting in there. Pick's doing some work, but Ardent Blaze working out here. Missed the first one, did Viper, but is able to get one back after that. And this hasn't been Deft's favorite pick this season. He hasn't been much of a Zerier. That he's left that to other people and then has just beaten Zeris most of the time.
Yeah, that's what we've talked about so much is, going in.
Yeah, really getting over that wall. Try and get this one done. Already gets the heal out from Life.
Good spacing here from Deft, just on the edge of the turret, but using the wall aggressively here early. No one's really doing that in this matchup. That was actually really cool to see with the level 2 advantage.
But Viper now gets Relentless Pursuit, going to be immediately Glittle-Lanced. So yeah, not punished too hard for that one. Still, health bars relatively even, but there is Summoner Spell advantage, like a lot.
Yeah.
On DK's side.
Clid is coming down here. He's going to do his Krugs, it looks like, and then come over and look to put some pressure on. Because in the early game, this Yone is going to struggle. The observers highlighting that. Obviously, you know, it's really difficult to take aggressive trades into the Taliyah early when you have a Doran shield. Not going to be doing anything there. But see if Clid can do something here if Deft overextends.
Ooh, Deft actually using his barrier in that trade just to keep that health bar up.
I like it.
Ooh, misses the cannon. The Jonah Strong zoom in. That's a worry. Plating going to get procced here. Is Deft going to take a little bit more damage, but Viper very low on mana right now. Zeka is unbinding his soul for a moment. Just comes over and pops Showmaker into the air.
And I really feel like Kana has not been given the appropriate credit because he had a few weak games in the early of the season, as so many players did, of course, of D+, for how many matchups that he is winning where he's playing against a quote-unquote counter. I think this is more of a soft counter than a hard counter in the Snaris.
Agreed.
Here's what I was talking about with the Clid angle.
Flashing in.
Yeah, he's definitely going to look for it, I think, if they're going to commit.
Oh, okay, so DK backing off at exactly the right time here.
Yeah, they know this angle. They're like, okay, it's too good to be true. A ward is placed from Kellen, man. Great game sense from Deft and Kellen. Just realized, I don't know where he is. This is risky.
Oh dear, Showmaker finding Zeka there with a fair bit of damage after the seismic shove. Of course, not exactly the end of the world because Zeka does have his teleport available. So not going to get shoved out and punished too much. Should be able to get even.
And now Canyon's going to come over here. Canyon is just so good at this. So realizing, okay, my opponent is there. Oh my god, this is a disaster.
Yeah, this is not great as he flashes the bubble. And now Viper, can he actually survive? Winter's Wrath not doing too much here as Canyon kind of looking for everything, but he'll find it. That is going to be first blood going over to the Sejuani. Sejuani's been very powerful in these games.
3 summoners taken away there. Life obviously had to heal early on in the matchup, so he doesn't have that either. So all summoners down at the moment. And this is the Canyon angle. And you know what? I would venture...
Support of combat for Doa's birthday?
Almost. Happy birthday to Doa, by the way.
Yeah.
I would venture to say there's a really good chance that Canyon, with all the tracking, the ward placement he has on the map, it was his call, like, by the way, he might flash over the wall, be careful. And then he knows the timing in which, okay, you're safe now. And as that passes, Viper and Life are still pushing super aggressively here with no mana. And Canyon's over here. They have to use both of their flashes. Viper is still going to get taken out. They tried to give the kill over to Deft, but it's Canyon who picks it up at the end of the day. And, I mean, it doesn't get better than this. This is just Canyon's knowledge of basically every single jungle matchup and the ways in which the enemy jungler is going to try to be aggressive. They pull back at the exact right time, come in as soon as Viper and Life start pushing up without Clid there.
Just really well executed here on this bottom side. Shoutouts to Kellen as well, like the Glitter Lance placement, the cooldown management, really nicely done. And also not going too far in, knowing, trusting, and then holding on to flashes on both of the bottom laners, meaning that they can still play with so much aggression. Actually kind of nutty. Still, we have to look at the CS numbers, and Viper has been doing very, very well in that matchup. Seismic Shove going to collect a turret shot there for Zeka. I guess, yeah, that's a lot of minions stacked up here for Deft to collect.
Now, Canyon is here, so this is going to force, of course, a response from Clid.
Was Canyon just out of vision there as well? Finally going to get found.
Viper, you know, he is going to lose a lot of that CS advantages. Deft CS is very well into the turret. See if they try to turn this into a Drake play. It's very difficult to secure this without level 6 here for Clid. I'm going to play a little bit more respectfully. And notice in the mid lane, Zeka, now that he has his Berserker's Greaves online, he can actually use his W to come forward and then unbound and do some aggressive trading against the Taliyah. So finally starting to get a little bit more control in mid. And he is also setting up for that potential Drake take. Going to take the Honey Fruit here. And they're waiting for an opportunity.
Yep. I actually think that Mountain Drakes as well are going to be very strong. If D+ can get them, just given the narrow damage profile here of Hanwha Life Esports.
Any additional armor you're going to pick up feels so good.
Yeah. As Hanwha still trying to push at least the duo lead that they have in their champions and the power that they have right now, especially heading towards level 6.
And Clid tries to come over and do a little bit of vertical jungling here, try to steal away some of these camps. Like counter jungling Canyon is something you could do here if you're D+ and you're thinking, oh, okay, like maybe they're doing Drake and then you actually get further advantages, but that control ward that's actually placed on the Drake pit is so massive.
Sharing.
Yeah.
They share the Raptor camp and then they share the Blast Cone. Actually super cute.
So that ward means that Canyon knows, okay, he is not on Drake, so he's going to come over and try to steal my camp, so he can come over there and block that. To a certain extent, obviously, but he's not really losing anything here. And Viper and Life, they're getting some advantages, but it's nothing massive just yet. This is what we're talking about. You can get a small lead here, but if you don't get a bigger lead, the damage profile is going to be a huge problem. As Deft hits 6.
Yeah, there's the ulti. Life moving pretty fast and uses the heal, and that is going to get him out of there. So now no ult from Deft. A possible answer on the cards for Viper as he dashes forward, doesn't press the culling button. He's pretty low on mana, so there's not a massive amount of follow-up potential here for him.
Yeah, that's the problem. Deft
One biscuit in the pocket.
He's like, I'm not even going to barrier you. I'm not worried. I think Viper was hoping maybe he gets a flash. Just going to ult here for pressure.
As Canyon comes down, and that is going to spell the end of that step forward from Hanwha Life. Life does have his ult coming soon, but still hasn't hit level 6 just yet.
Yeah. Viper and Life here are going to stay, grab some of these minions to cannon wave, so won't really lose anything from the initial part where they made it look like they were backing off.
Yeah, nicely done.
The CS lead here is now kind of, I don't want to say it's fully evaporated, but it's been reduced quite significantly from that play. We saw a game from Chovy, if you guys remember that Gen G series last week, where Showmaker actually had huge advantages against Chovy in the laning phase with the LeBlanc, but then Chovy outplayed later and started to get a little bit more power. This is a similar situation where Zeka was getting pushed into the lane, but CS'd very well, used his teleport to make sure he wasn't going to fall too far behind. Now he's got a CS advantage, and Viper needs this Yone to set up for him in these upcoming team fights. The first Drake, which is very significantly delayed, is one way they could have potentially tried to attack, but not the timing for it.
Yeah, actually catching Hanwha Life Esports on a bot lane back really effectively.
Yeah. And they stayed so long to get those additional minions, and, you know, Deft and Kellen are like, you have no mana, you have to back, and they get a window there. It's really frustrating here for the Yone Lucian comp that you don't get that early fight you were looking for.
Yeah, and we were talking about the power of even just an individual Mountain Drake. It is obviously going to be Cloud Soul again, just because like
looks like
Orcs had his way last week, and I really had to kind of challenge just to tell him where he is. He's here in the LCK. We do Cloud Souls here. None of this Chemtech stuff. But I may have gone too hard because we kind of want other things. Other than that, as Deft is ulting once again, Bubble's going to go wide. He flashes over the tidal wave and then just gets Wild Growth. That is a 2v2 kill if ever I've seen one. DK, so aggressive here in the bottom lane.
A beautiful flash there from Deft, and now clearly he can do nothing here. Canyon is also over here. Life, very likely to die here if he wants to stick around. And, I mean, Canyon has flash, he has ult.
There's a wall.
Yeah, they're going to turn this into a back away, though, because Yone, they knew he was roaming down. They did have ultimate available, and that's not something you want to be going into with a turret available. So good play from Zeka to come over there and help out his bottom lane. So they will actually, in fact, survive, or Life will, that is to say. Viper, not so lucky. Beautiful flash from Deft, and we'll watch it again. Going over the tidal wave there, and Zeri can all in on top of the Lucian Nami when the bubble is on cooldown, or if you could avoid the bubble. The same is true of the tidal wave, because usually the Zeri all-in happens, you know, at level 6 when the tidal wave isn't up for Life. He has it this time. He dashes to dodge the bubble, flashes the tidal wave, and gets the additional knockup. Not even necessary there to get the kill onto Viper, as Deft is just controlling this matchup so hard right now. Both strong and weak side, doesn't matter.
Yeah, and after that initial kill onto Viper, like, enough has been done here by DK to claim full control. And to win on this side of the matchup as well, I mean, that's a bit of a statement here, as Zeka going to move on over to look to defend his bottom lane, but that Unbound Soul is going to draw him back again. It does get them a plate as the bubble connects as well, and now they're going to try and get even more, enlisting Shelly onto their team. Deft to try and avoid the little cat moving forward. It's not actually a cat, it's one of the little grave monsters.
And it's still not a do or die situation yet for HLE, because the Lucian, yeah, he's not accelerated, but he is going to have that mandate spike coming up soon. They lost a Drake, but it was late in the game, so they can contest on the second Drake. They have laned really well here, the best of their ability in the mid lane. Top side not going as well for Kingen. Kana is just a god of all matchups. Like, that's what I was saying before we went to that fight earlier. He just doesn't get enough credit for how much he wins these lanes. It's often not shown on camera, but you could just see, like, he is crushing the Gnar, which is quote-unquote a counter matchup for the K'Sante.
Yeah, there's a lot of picks that Kana is just really, really good at. I think a lot of the skepticism has been about when he brings something that he hasn't necessarily practiced as much back out again, and has looked a little bit rougher, like the Kennen from last week. But this is definitely not looking like that version of Kana, as Canyon does get ulted up here, and they do find a knockup, but that seismic shove just amazing. The scythe, oh my goodness, Showmaker flashing towards Zeka, but the blocking done by Glid here is just beautiful, but he's going to sacrifice his life. That is the second kill, and now DK looking to press further on. Really nicely played in the mid jungle.
It's just so hard forced here by Zeka and Klid because they want to get some additional gold, and this is what I was talking about. It's not done yet. You still have a Yone who's in a good spot. You know, once he gets his mythic, maybe you could force some fights here. Like, for example, on the second Drake that's spawning here in about a minute's time. But just forcing really hard into a Talia who has her shove available. You know, I thought perhaps because we came into that fight so late that maybe Showmaker had missed a shove, and they were like, all right, we could do this. We could find this angle. He gets pushed into turret, and Sejuani's there, and you end up taking a very bad trade. As Canyon comes in, and Zeka's like, I'm going to unbound. I'm going to look for some harass here because I have in my vicinity Klid, who decides to go for the ult here. Showmaker's like, cool story, bro. Double shove into the turret. And you're just not going to win that unless Showmaker misses it. And if that's what you're banking this gank on, like, it's a counter gank, but you're going to end up losing out big time.
Yeah, it didn't work out. Canyon actually holding onto the ult for a really long time in that engage as well. So really interestingly played, but well done. They are going to get rewarded for it. 1,000 gold now, the lead for DK. But this is by far the closest game that we've had so far this series. Certainly good to see both of these teams having to play this carefully as we get towards a mid-game, right? Like, because game number 1, kind of over by this stage. Game number 2, really over by this stage. And so this time, things very different. Defcon Jet Set Radio out of here, as now Kana is going to go for the all-out onto King and Mini Gnar. As, okay, Kana's still taking a fair bit of damage here and misses that Q, so not exactly going to get rewarded for it, but still, Showmaker starting off this Drake, and we'll see what the soul's going to be. It could be an Infernal, guys.
Yeah, Zeka has ult back available here. They wanted to try to contest with Maokai ult, pair those together. I mean, they have to be more decisive than this. I mean, this is your Lucian Gale Force spike, and you're just going to let this go.
Yeah.
And you had the tools to stop it. You know that Kana's ghosting topside. You had TP even.
Oh dear. Okay, never mind. Zeka is able to create enough space for himself. It's an Ocean Soul this game, so a very pretty rift, but not exactly the most impactful. But still, I think everyone's just happy that it's not another Cloud Soul, apart from me. Damn.
You had the TP that you know Kana has, so I get that. Like, Kana's winning the top side, he could back off and TP down, even just recall and TP down, so it's a little bit apprehensive to engage here. Zeka doesn't have flash. But you have the ultimate, you have the Maokai ult here for Klid. If you're not willing to take this fight, and I understand, again, with the circumstances, it doesn't really get that much easier, though, going forward. Yeah, Yone will have 2 items at a certain point, then he's going to do a ton of damage, and if you do have that combo, then you could turn the game. And it's not like Viper is just going to be a potato in the mid-game, but you want to be getting more. You do not want to be giving D+ 10 minutes of extra time here with these Drakes, and it's Clouds or Ocean Soul, too, which is going to feel really nice here.
Yeah, I actually think that kind of does a lot of work into Klid, especially as Showmaker is going to teleport in. Klid gets a sapling down, so they know that Canyon's in the vicinity. DK just gets some mid control. Bottom lane, completely ignored. Side lane's not exactly a thing that a lot of people like to focus on. Is all out once again available. Catches him out of the hop. A weird angle there, but a good one for the K'Sante as he dashes in. Can he find the Q he needs to? He's not gonna. And so once again, the Gnar is going to limp away. The Nature's Grasp not exactly hanging on to anything, but there's the seismic shove. It works out well as Def. He's going to want a lot of damage now onto Klid as he flashes away. Canyon trying to get in there as Def gets over the wall. The culling is okay, but not the greatest, but still, Armalife Esports will get out of there.
Yeah, they had to use Klid's ultimate here in Zeka because he's engaging from so far away with his Unbound Soul. the decision to ult there is just not going to be the right one, because you're going to have to end up getting yoinked back to the initial point on your soul, and you're like, oh, I don't want to actually hard commit here because we can't actually maximize on it, so they don't actually pair this Maokai ultimate with the Yone. And you can play AD mids when you have an AP jungler, even if he's playing tank, it still feels okay. But I think the main reason why they ended up picking the Yone here, especially with the tank build we're seeing from Clid now, is that they want to actually set up some really cool combos here and give some kills to Viper on this Lucian in the early mid. He's going to grab a turret, so at least there's that going from it. Will actually be first turret for the game here with the defense we saw from King and topside. But, I think we need to see HLE be willing to take bigger risks and actually utilize what their composition is so strong at doing. It's not a lost cause, again, yet. The gold is even with that first turret going over. But it gets harder and harder as Leandries is online now for Showmaker. Deft is going for that second item very early on here.
Now Canna possibly engaged upon, but seems to be not too worried about what this Yone is going to be doing. The Sunfire Cape that our friend Orcs likes so much, given the amount of obscene damage it does for a tank item, is going to be coming in relatively soon. Barmy Cinder already sorted out. As now Shirley taking some fire.
I mean, no doubt they take this fight, right?
Well, they're going to look for it, as Showmaker's going to be avoiding the ult here. Seismic Shock going to deliver Zeka towards them, but Canyon taking so much damage. He's going to go down, but can they win the rest of the fight is the question, as Canna's going all out. First kill for Deft as he's now free hitting. It's another kill. And that one goes to Showmaker, and now Canna is just waiting in this brush, looking for an opportunity to punish. The rest of the team will be sorting out this Rift Herald. And Clid, I don't know, there was some safety under that turret, but he does get out.
Yeah.
Bramble smash pretty good, like you say.
Yeah, the smash is going to actually save him there. Really nice route into the smash just by enough space. Deft could be okay.
Yeah, it'll be okay for now. 2-0-2 on the Zeri, so...
The wave is clear. They're not even going to be able to threaten this turret after this. I mean, Viper could stay and try to kill this wave as quickly as possible. But the Yone ultimate not connecting onto Showmaker here, buying so much time. Like, this looked really risky for D+, actually, because they got collapsed on. Showmaker's just like, nah. So he gets out, and then that's your biggest tool to actually win this fight. Completely wasted. Yeah, they get the kill onto Canyon, but the teleport comes through from Kana. He's had this teleport for so long. It was part of why I think they didn't fight on that last Drake like I was talking about before. But the fight just goes overwhelmingly D+ favored once the Yone ult is down and Kana shows up. He's just so massively ahead now. He's got a Sunfire Cape like you were saying.
Oh, he's huge. And he's playing so well. Actually, I was focusing a lot on Kana during that replay, and he zones Viper out of the fight almost completely, and then shuts Zeka down the moment that Zeka steps in range. And so does both. He stops Viper from participating and then guarantees that Zeka is going to get punished. It was really beautifully played,
I just think
position-wise.
You could feel the desperation on HLE, like the way they're fighting. They're not super coordinated. They're just like, wait, this is a chance, this is an angle, and they force it, but not everyone's on the same page. The ultimate misses there from Zeka. Nice sidestep from Showmaker, but you've got to be more decisive, and you have to be better coordinated to play a comp like this against a team like D+. This is not a weak team you're playing into. Now they're looking for another wraparound. Zeka has flash and ult. He's got the flank.
Nature's Grasp
Here we go.
going to come in as Canyon. Can he keep himself alive as the Wild Growth going to be used? Deft soaking everything as he finally gets the ult off. He's flashing away as the Nami is going to fall. Viper also extraordinarily low as in goes Kingen, but he stopped immediately. Oh my goodness, it was almost absolutely amazing, but it just wasn't enough. As Hanwha Life are now routed around this dragon, and now it's going to be Soul Point as well as so much more. Here is a potential ace, but it looks like Zeka should survive. Oh, never mind, as Canna is just terrifying. Doesn't find the Q, as I may have instantly cast.
I mean, he's keeping the pressure on. They're going to be the Baron, and you're talking about Soul Point. I think this team fight is match point. D+ Kia, I feel like there's no way they can lose this game now. They have complete control, and finally, for the first time this game, Clid and Zeka are linked on their ultimates, but it's not the wombo combo they're looking for. And Kellen's ultimate here is so perfect. He's just lurking at the back, and then bam, he's like, I'm turning your engage into a counter engage with Wild Growth, and then Kana just pops off. This guy is having the night of his life.
Yeah, he really is. How does...
Perfectly played the all out there. Gets him, instantly shuts him down.
Yeah, sometimes jumping into rocks is just not the way to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Talia setup there, also on the choke. I mean, what are you going to do? But you have to try to force, you have to try to use this cog to its win condition. And finally, you know, Zeka and Klid get the engage they want. They're at least using their ultimates at the same time. But Kellen turns the fight on its head, and Kana shows up. And I think this game is done and dusted now.
I think it's so difficult for Harmolife Esports here. It was almost like just an instant quadra or penta for Kingen in that moment. Just wasn't allowed to play the game thanks to Showmaker's phenomenal placement of the Unraveled Earth. Oh, it's dicey, as there is some bouncy gold going over, as Kana is going to find a whole lot with his all-out as well as his Qs. Viper should just be dead here, but Deft is going to go down as well, and that gives the shutdown gold over to Viper. Not a small thing, as now Canyon finding some permafrost onto Clip, but he's super tanky, as Canyon's like, oh, I guess maybe I'll defect. I'll head towards the enemy base and see what can happen here, as Showmaker's in the bottom lane. I mean, yeah, Canyon's dead,
significant.
Right?
This is significant because they want to get this Drake, right? And Canyon will be, of course, killed here. He's not going to get the execute, but this delays. And now Canyon is not here for this Drake fight, so maybe HLE can take a single Drake, but it's just so insignificant at this point in time, a single Ocean Drake. So yeah, you got some shutdown gold onto Viper. He picks up his rapid fire cannon, but you know, what does it really mean? Like, what does it actually gain you? Not a whole lot. You need a lot more one fights in this, and not just a trade back. You need to actually dominantly win a fight. They are going to start this Drake up. They're hoping D+ are going to show up here and lose this fight. One last chance, HLE.
Yeah, Kana doesn't quite have his ulti, but he's ghosting already. Just getting into this pit. Look at this guy. He is so extraordinarily tanky as he drags Klid away somehow. They do manage to secure the dragon, but it's a Nah that gets it. Pretty crazy. As now Showmaker is going to throw down the wall. Klid should die, although he does run real quick. Kind of keeping himself in it, but might just be a kill going over to Deft as the burst fired to be fired in. But no, it is actually going to be Extendo Beam that locks that one down. And now DK should be able to move towards his bottom lane. Baron still in hand for another 10 seconds or so.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to try to get this inhibitor with this push, just grouping up as 4. Going to be pretty tough to actually lock this one down as the Baron fades, though.
Yeah.
I mean, they're still doing a lot of damage with this Demolish here from Kana, but you still feel great about the siege you have here because look at mid.
Well, they're going to go for the fight here as the all-out is going to be used. Zeka is exhausted, but once again, they take down the Zeri. Beautifully done seismic shove to avoid Kingen as he now crushes forward. There's a massive Gnar as he wipes out the Talia, and now Viper able to free hit. Harmolife Esports finally coming alive in this game. They're down a significant amount of gold, and it's not enough to get them back in it. However, a good sign.
Yeah, I mean, the timing of this, as Baron is fading and the engage comes through from Zeka, D+ are just one step too far, too forward. We're going to go all the way back to this fight as Kana gets the wild growth for the engage, but they way overextended. Deft is just chain CC'd under the turret here. The shutdown gold goes over to Viper. And then on the subsequent Drake fight, which I don't know if we're going to see because of live here, Canyon's getting caught.
Yeah, there's the Nature's Grasp. He flashes. The Twisted Advance, though, cannot be avoided. Bubble is going to miss. And he uses the Arctic Assault to get out, and the Unbound Soul is going to be to the detriment of Zeka there. And Canyon is going to survive. And he just wanted to do his Krogs anyway, so he's pretty happy.
Let's skip the Drake fight and go straight to this engage here where they're sieging up with the Baron fading. They have no minions here. So look at the angle here from Zeka. He's able to hit both Deft and Kana, so Kana can't actually come and peel. Showmaker here incredibly low, and then Kinga decides, okay, now's my moment. Beautiful crush into the Gnar here, into the wall. It's a double that goes over. And there's nothing Kana could do, unfortunately. He was zoned out actually by the third Q there from Zeka after the ultimate. So huge play from Zeka to actually both lock down Deft, but keep Kana from setting up the peel there that would have been required for Showmaker to actually turn that fight. And then Kingen comes through. So holding on by a thread, as HLE often have. Such a resilient team here. Still looking rough in this game, but small victories starting to add up.
Yep, you can hold on to game number 1, right? You can tell yourselves, we are good enough to win this. And so far, I'm finding a couple of angles. They're not out of the woods just yet, even though they may have employed part of the woods onto their team.
Yeah.
Not quite enough, as we do at least have the double lifesteal done for Zeka. He's still looking for the Infinity Edge, and look, coming through pretty soon.
Look at Viper, you know, with those shutdowns going over, he actually gets 3 items. He has his Quick Blades online, so now we have an angle here where if you win one more team fight here, get a Baron. I mean, you get map control, and this is a winnable game. And right now, it's still D+ favored, but
one more mistake, one more overextension, one great engage from Zeka. This is so difficult to kill with this Bloodthirster build too. He can get deep into the backline and do so much damage and set up for this Lucian.
Yeah,
who's
and the
ready
Lucian,
to pop.
who was 0-4, remember guys?
Yeah.
He is now 3-4, has a bounty on his head. So Viper has really turned around what was a very difficult early game as well. Def, a few, I guess, over-enthusiastic plays throughout that mid-game, but also kind of leaving him and ulting forward and Def being like, oh wait, where did everyone go?
Yeah.
And then he's under a turret and dies, and that sort of stuff was happening. So going to have to calm it down a little bit on DK's side as the Baron has once again spawned. We've got a minute until that Drake is back up and available once again.
We talked about how Viper, you know, if he didn't get a lead, it's really hard to play the mid game, especially with the damage profiles and stuff like that. But now that he has 3 items, he's able to free farm. If he gets a 4th item here, and we really start to see that damage coming through, that's when you're starting to get like a little bit worried. You know, this is what we were saying before. Like, okay, if we get 35 minutes in though, he kind of pops off, and we're almost there. As Zeka's got to be careful here, and D+ should not chase into this choke, but they want so badly to get some Baron vision, as they need to force a fight.
Top lane is also crashing towards that turret. Will bounce back now as DK holding on to this mid control as best they can. Extendo Beam coming in as now Canyon throws out the ulti, finds Clid almost by accident, he's thrown into the wall! The tree cannot sip enough sap, although, no he can! He can, and now the nature is grasping, looking for DK, they stand in front of Def.
Here we go!
As he gets snared, but King going to be taking a lot of damage, the Unbound Soul going to bring them back, it's Canyon's turn to be focused.
I don't think D+ can actually secure this objective if they actually hard commit here, and if they trade a Drake for Baron, this favors HLE. HLE are moving up towards the Baron right now. D+ kind of in disarray here. They still have the Yone ultimate. Yeah, you got rid of the Maokai ultimate, but you still got to deal with Gnar. You still got to deal with this Yone. And HLE being super decisive. They did this to T1 in almost the exact same way.
Look at King and Snarbar, it's absolutely fantastically placed as Clid gets all of his health back. They do manage to grab the Drake, but now Showmaker gonna need to put up a wall and get in here to stop this Baron from going down. Extendo Beam, no joy as Showmaker gets over the wall. Seismic Shove is gonna miss as they get into the pit, but Clid secures the Drake. The ult gonna be used from Defter as he tries to keep himself alive. Zeka off to the side, the soul is gonna unbind, and Clid, he's done his job. You're allowed to go down now if you'd like to, sir, but he says no. He would not like that whatsoever. He's heading back towards his base, and they'll go for a reset. Home Alive Esports, they take the Baron in trade for the Dragon.
Tank Maokai, you know, we were like, I hope it's Tank Maokai. He lived so long in that initial exchange before the Baron, is able to tank through. He has his Radiant Virtue, pops it, and then they're able to win the subsequent fight, which is so razor thin. But D+ lose so many health bars, like, okay, can we do Baron? I don't think we can, because we have to watch out for Zeka's ultimate. Maybe they'll be indecisive. We'll rush over to the Drake, and then we'll be able to reset and come over to Baron. But HLE are just so decisive, instantly go to the Baron. And yeah, you can have Soul Point, but it's Cloud Soul. The Baron is so much more valuable for the composition here for HLE. It's going to buy them a ton of time to get this Lucian further online. And yeah, Zeri scales, but not always necessarily better. It's about how much damage you could do in these longer fights. And with this Yone, with this Gnar, I'd argue the Lucian setup is even better.
Well, Deft is going to get culled, but he does skate his way out. He'll be fine. Still, Viper playing very aggressively. That's what we like to see. Outer turret still hasn't gone down here in this mid lane, as Viper looking to try and get to work on that one. Kanna does have the Gargoyle Stone Plate complete. No Thornmail just yet, but when he has that, oh man, this Cassante is going to be terrifying. But Kingen getting to work in that side lane as Viper getting engaged on, dashes away. The rocks come on through as Canyon just providing a body into that front line. Tidal Wave, Nature's Grasp, everything coming through. So many ultimates going to be used as now Clid throws back Canyon. He gets towards his team though as the wall. Oh, it is going to separate him, but he Arctic Assaults to get back over once again. Kanna dashes forward, Viper dashes away.
Cleanse down now.
Yeah, they are setting up. There's not a lot of cooldowns remaining. Kingen, a big old Narbar, and he could find his moment. They dive on in as the Zeri is executed one more time. Kingen finds a Gnar. Showmaker is taken down, but no, he holds onto his life, but not for long enough, and it's a double kill for the Gnar.
I mean, they just try to push.
Team fighting so well.
Yeah, they're team fighting extremely well, and there's too many threats here. You've got to deal with the Maokai ultimate, you've got to deal with this Yone, but also the Gnar on 3 items here is basically his own AD carry. He's ripping through those health bars. He's got his cleaver online. So difficult to kill him because he went for
magic resistance here, so Showmaker can't just pop him, and they're going to push to take out an inhibitor, and maybe even more.
Yeah,
they got the damage.
Yeah, the Baron is still up for another 20 seconds time as well, and maybe that's going to be enough. As now Canyon's just going to walk on forward. He presses his stopwatch button to try and buy as much time as they can, but he sacrifices his life for it. Zeka popping up on the Yone, and these Nexus turrets will not last any longer, and match point will be claimed by Hanwha Life Esports.
What a comeback here in this third game. They're going to take match point, as you say. And the man in the top lane, World's MVP, popping off again on the Gnar. So many great engages, and just too many overextensions from D+. This should not have been a game they were having any chance of losing, but they overextend in mid. They lose depth, they give shutdown gold over the Viper. They overextend bottom, get caught by that ult, and then Kingen gets in with the double into the wall. They continue to win fights, and they're decisive around Baron. And Canyon was just the brunt of a bad joke this game because he's always trying to set things up. But he's just taking way too much damage because you're dealing with Lucian damage, you're dealing with that Gnar damage. He's basically just a battery for Kingen's Gnar bar in these frontline exchanges where Kingen is just ripping through that health. And man, Def, he had a great early game. He laned so incredibly well. With his performance on the Zeri here, leaving a little bit wanting in terms of what he was able to do in these team fights. And D+ Kia were not decisive when they needed to be. And really two times they were decisive when they were pushing mid and pushing bottom, which were those opportunities HLE sees to come back in the game. Viper out damages Azeri here at 32 minutes.
Yeah, it's really beautifully played. I think Zeka also, later in the game, doing so much work. I think as soon as that Infinity Edge was put together, he was really tearing it up. Fantastically well played. And it's like post 20 minutes, Kingen is a completely different player, man. He comes out of his chrysalis and just demolishes people, finds those angles, and he got denied in that one team fight, but after that, he's like, never again, DK. We are going to go to a short break, guys. When we get back, the Space will break down that game and we'll head into game number 4.
타워로 가려. 아래 타워부터 점사해.
나 만화 없어서 타워만 쳐야
자,
돼.
몸 대고 해봐. 성훈아 몸 조금만 해줘. 안 맞는 사례 많이. 쳐야 돼. 야, 이거 교육해.
나 공 5초.
나 공 3초. 나 2초. 깨. 힐 좀.
나 구해주세니까 그냥 타워해, 얘들아. 타워. 무조건 타워.
넥서스. 나이스, 너무 잘했다.
나이스. 버스 너무 좋은데? 좋은데, 건네야?
너는 뭐야? 나이스. 저는 연애 잘하니까.
won a game? HLE, the only team to defeat T1 this season.
Hello and welcome back to the space. That was a game number 3 that I think nobody really expected. Is Hanwha Life Esports able to pull off the comeback in pretty flashy fashion, just brawling over and over and over, and eventually just out team fighting DK.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it felt like it was a very heavy AD composition from Hanwha. It felt like when the early game started going in favor of DK, that would kind of be it. But they started finding these insane engages and really made Def's life difficult.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's more so, I'll say, D plus Kia is like starting the early games pretty decently well, like game 2. But I think another same mistake is the same as game 1, which is they couldn't keep the snowballs on and they keep making mistakes and not be able to finish the game. It's more, like, I feel like that's what Hanwha Life Draft actually kind of a little bit more disrespectful, but it's actually working well because DK actually making decent mistake amount and the mistake into they actually losing even harder.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said about like DK eventually just started to feel like frustrated. It was almost like they were trying to force fights. They're trying to like dive Nexus turrets, not Nexus, but inhibitor turrets and stuff like this. And Hanwha Life's just slowly better and better on every one and slowly just started to catch up and win the game.
I think the consistent thing with this game and game 1 is that Hanwha Life had a lot of engage tools. I think game 2 they lacked those, so even when there was potential mistakes from DK, they couldn't actually punish them. But with this game, they had a lot of go buttons where when DK do misstep, they can actually take them down, and we saw that completely on display.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. I mean, it's just the same thing as a DK, like the weaknesses that from the regular season, we call the inconsistency is there is a DK as a weaknesses. And this is the like really great example when you come in BO5 game, the inconsistency is actually, we can easily see, anyone can see DK having a problem with this.
Yeah, and I was very happy to see like Kingen popping off on Gnar and Yone given back to Zeka. Like it feels like superior comfort here for the side of Hanwha Life Esports, and some of the things they were able to do as the game went along was very impressive. So let's take a look at some of the highlights and see how this game even began with a DK lead.
Yeah, so honestly, the early game, a lot of the momentum was going in favor of the side of DK. And fights like this around the Herald, it really felt like they had control. They obviously lose their jungler, but the cleanup is so good. And it felt like, with the fact they got the early Mountain Drake, the advantage in the bot lane, it should be in their favor. And then there were some fights like this which were close, but still it felt like DK were in control.
Yeah, I mean, those two fights, the first one is an 18-minute, and this one is a 20-minute. And like this moment of the fight, whoever win, usually get the win. Like they actually exploit the Nexus. That's the usual the League of Legends, but the thing is like from here on, DK get such a big, huge lead advantage, which is they got Herald, they got Drake, they won 2 times in a row, but they couldn't fight again.
Yeah, and between that couple of packages there, the 2 fights we just had, and then the final fight, there were so many brawls in the middle and so many team fights that looked like they were in DK's favor, but slowly, like, Hanwha Life just would not die. It's like they just would not go down at all.
And I think it was just a willingness to constantly send it and just, you see a target who you think you can engage on, and you just go all out. Like, I think the big one was we saw Kingen in the bot lane on the Gnar that sort of kick-started the comeback, but then it continued on, and every opportunity where, it doesn't even feel like it's too much of an aggressive overposition from the side of DK, but really it obviously was an overposition because there's these long-range tools like the Maokai ult, the Yone ult, and they were just getting caught repeatedly.
Yeah, I mean, it's more so even this fight. I mean, clearly Deft has no flash as well, and Zeka just find a way that he can actually engage onto the Deft. And after Deft to take it out, like there's nothing they can do because they're also Momda leaning to Zeri, which is a hyper carry. They're playing Talia in mid, and they're playing top Sansa, which is like you can't, like there's no hyper carry anymore. So I think they had to play well around like where the Deft is. The thing is like they were not good at anymore.
I think as well, when you only have like 2 carries on your team and the enemy team has a lot of engage tools, it's really difficult because even if they don't kill your carry, if they get them low or like force them out the fight, you've lost like half your damage. And that's kind of, obviously they did kill Azeri there, but in a lot of those fights, like if Showmaker sees Deft die, he's like, well, I can't solo carry this, so I just have to back away, and it all falls apart.
Yeah, and the chase potential of Yone and Gnar and all this stuff, it's like you're not really getting away. If you start to lose a fight, you're probably just going to be hunted down. And I think Hanwha Esports did a great job of that. You know, Deft did so well to get an early lead for the bottom side. Like he was outplaying in the 2v2, he was getting all these crazy kills. And then later on, you know, after maybe the 7th or 8th fight in a row, you know, without Flash in the middle of the lane, like what can you say? Like maybe you have to play a little bit safer, but at the same time, you know, if you're playing safe, then you're not doing damages.
I think they honestly would have benefited from slowing the game down. Like it was an Ocean Soul as well. Like you could have just given over some Ocean Drakes, taken your time, wait for summons to be back up, and then like reapproach the game. But I think they kind of got a bit impatient because they're like, oh, we were ahead early, we should be winning, we should be fighting.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I feel. I mean, the first thing I said as soon as Lucian died 2 times in a row, I said game's over.
Yeah.
That's what usually happens. Lucian, we saw more than a million times Lucian Nami against Zeri Lulu. That matchup is so snowbally. If someone get one kill, someone get a lead, usually that's uncomebackable.
But Hanwha Esports were able to make it happen. So let's see who the one player will be that picks up the Pog. It will be Zeka at the end of it, and I think especially that last engage onto the flashless Deft will be a big portion, but also lots of great engages with all of these brawls in the mid to late game.
Yeah, I feel like you have to be so confident if you're behind or you're being the primary engage as a Yone, because it's so easy to miss the ult with the delay or someone flashes it, and then suddenly, even though you can go back with your E, you've lost such a big tool that it can just mean you lose a team fight. But you're so consistently landing these and on the right target as well.
And also when you're losing side of the team, that it's easily able to fall down, like when you're especially playing this kind of type of the champion, but Zeka was not the time.
You can see here a lot of votes for mid. I think definitely a big portion of it was the ending fight, but some votes for top and the jungle as well. But guys, we are done on the space, and this series got a whole lot more interesting, so very curious about Game 4. Let's throw it to the casters right now.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of game number 3. And let's see whether Hanwha Life Esports can bring it home here in game 4 against all odds. 3 games in a row. Feel like Deep Luskia had draft control.
Yeah.
But Hanwha, just they don't go down, man.
They don't. They're just such a resilient team, and they play like they have nothing to lose, which is insane. We saw it in regular season, but now that we're in a best of 5 where it looked like it's doomed. You're going to match point. You're going to a 4th game where D+ just need one more. And they just play so well, and they play almost better. And it reminds you of Worlds. It reminds you of what Zeka and Kingen did in the World Championship, where they were able to take the title just last season. And D+ picked blue side here, unsurprising. But this is another time where Deft has been given leads in the lane on a late game scaling carry and has come up empty. You know, this has been something we've been criticizing him for quite significantly, in that he's the opposite of Viper in that regard. So good at snowballing big game on champions like Lucian, Draven, Caitlyn, but has not been able to find the same success with Zeri. He's played it only 5 times this season, a season that's been defined by Zeri. He's been the Lucian end of it, didn't take the win this time around.
Well, no changes from the bans here as we hop into the draft for game number 4. As far as no changes to the bans that we saw in our first couple of games.
Yeah, where
D+ was Rakan, we're going for the 2nd iteration.
Yeah. I like this Rakan ban. We were talking about it a little bit in the previous game. We'll ban the Lucian. See if Deft is going to be willing to do something like pick the Draven early here. Blind, I don't think that is going to be advised. We'll look for the Varus once again.
Yep, the Varus was the ban last time. This time, the Lucian is the ban. So this is going to be the choice. And Viper, I think, knew exactly what was going to happen here. And last time, it worked. So you may as well go for it again. Zeri Leona is something that we've seen, especially Gen G, have a lot of success with. This makes a lot of Hanwha Life Esports fans worried, though.
Yeah, because it worked last time, but it shouldn't have worked last time. And,
right?
And like, this is what I said after game 1. I was like, you might even have a false sense of security of like, oh, this actually was good. Whereas it was really just a huge mistake from D+. Is D+ are going to take the Jace here early, but they're going to take Heimerdinger instead of the Karma we did see last time, instead of the Ashe, which could have been the variant. And this actually means that HLE can play It looked like they were going to consider the Karma here. They could play something different, but the Lulu is just too strong for the Zeri. So much extra survivability. So great with the Sejuani too for engages. And still, Heimerdinger here feeling a little bit less oppressive.
Yep, and now we're going to have to see some different bans to come through from Hammerlife Esports as well, because I feel like a pick like a Maokai that we saw work so well for Clid in the last game fits into DK's draft exceptionally well.
They won't let him have the Elise this time.
No, not this time around. But this is the problem. You need to ban Elise, Nidalee, Renekton, and Maokai. So one of them isn't going to be banned.
I would like to just see the Renekton ban here. And then just say, because like Kingen could play it. They have pick priority, but I just don't think that that's what you're feeling right now. I don't think that's what you want to do, is try to play this into Kana, who's been winning lane on both sides of every matchup, when even the Cassante, he can play into the Renekton extremely well. So just don't let them have the Renekton. Okay,
there it is.
We're all on the same page here. It's gone. And then here, like, maybe you ban Taliyah if you're concerned about that. Could it be the Tristana once again? And, obviously that was the fight they won, that early game fight we've talked so much about in game 1. And maybe HLE just plays more slow composition now as a result. You don't need to win with the Tristana to win this game. You could just play a slower comp, scale it up.
Certainly could. The Maokai is now what I'm looking at, as the Gragas is going to be considered here for Hammerlife Esports. A lot of flexibility there. And on the red side, that is very helpful.
And he played extremely well with the Gragas in game 1. And was able to set up a lot of fights with the help of Life and Clid when they had the lead. But will you get that same lead again? Will D+ trip and fall and stumble? I don't think you can expect that.
Okay, this is my idea.
All right.
What about Pantheon top and Nidalee?
For D+?
Yeah, so that you have like the sweet setup. Wukong's going to come in. Okay. Aurelion Sol. That would be a choice you could make, Showmaker.
I don't think it will be the choice he makes, however, in this case. Although...
I can hear the Korean cast. They're like,
ooh. I think the Taliyah is definitely what you're looking for, and it could have been taken away by HLE, and this is what they played last time, the Taliyah. Fortunately, Showmaker made a bit of an error with his engage on that early fight we were talking about, like, which was literally the game, basically. So that's why we keep talking about this one fight. But let's see if HLE have a good answer this time around. It is the Sejuani jungle. The Yone is banned.
I thought it was Yasuo
mid.
angle. I was expecting the Yasuo angle into the mid lane, because you've got Sejuani Arctic Assault set up, you've got Wild Growth set up, you've got the Cask set up.
So you're winning, once again, no lanes.
Oh,
there
it happened!
Okay!
Okay, Zeka or Kingen or whoever's going to be playing it.
I think it's going to be Zeka
It should be Zeka.
Yeah, and now you can put the Gragas topside here against the Jace one more time, and you have the good setup with the Gragas, with the Sejuani, and even with the Wild Growth here to set up for Yasuo to carry this game. But you're playing into Taliyah early. She's going to have some pressure there. You're once again opting into 3 losing lanes here, as Yasuo can get some pressure early, in the first few levels when Sejuani gets level 3 and comes over there, but you're going to have to win those early fights. And D+ Key, I think, should be a little bit more careful this time around about all leaning into this, because this is a very similar style. It's not quite the explosive power that Tristana has early, but Yasuo is going to be super strong if he can get those knockups on an early Drake fight. So a lot more respect needs to be shown, especially because this time it's Heimerdinger. So you need some time to have those turrets set up. If you're walking into a fight like that, the Heimerdinger is going to do even less than what the Karma did last time around in said fight.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I love the Yasuo. It fits into the composition so well, but it doesn't really alleviate any of the issues that they have in this draft.
Yeah.
So I think this is 4 out of 4 draft wins for DK.
Yeah, I agree.
Again, like, it's crazy.
Yeah, and this has been categorically the one thing we've been most worried about for HLE is the drafting. And going into the series, that was my biggest concern. Bigger than will Clid show up? Bigger than, is King going to be a little bit inconsistent today? Bigger than, does Zeka have a small champion pool? Is will you be able to draft against D+? Because both series in the round robin, they did not do it. And so far, 4 out of 4 games here, they're not. But will they have another performance like game 1 and get that lead? We'll find out.
Yep, and if Hammerlife Esports can find 5v5s that they can engage immediately, they look so good this time around. And remember, it's match point for them. Get onto the Rift here for game 4. All right, here we are onto the Rift for the 4th game of this series. D plus Kia, they're back with the Wukong jungle. Feeling a bit nervous about that one. Once again, it's the Varus. Feeling a bit nervous about that one as well. But you look down the line, you look at the champions, and you're like, man, there is so much control in all of these lanes.
Exactly. And like, okay, well, this is not going to be a great start for Kellen.
Aww.
Trying to get his turret set up very greedy here. Usually you have a little bit of help with this if you're going to push it up into the furthest bush. Just going to back here early, and it's not going to be too big of a deal, but does feel nice. Cull start for Deft, by the way, in lethal tempo.
Yeah, going for the on-hit variety, wanting to actually get a bit of that DPS, and I kind of like it.
Into Yasuo,
in a weird way.
Into Yasuo and into the Sejuani, who will have the Warmog, so it's going to be very difficult to kind of poke away at that. I do kind of like it in this case because they are coming to you, and you also have a Wukong to frontline. You have Heimerdinger turrets.
Yeah, and you outrange them so hard as well on DK. So for that, I think that Deft might be able to actually get auto attacks down in this game.
Yeah, I think it's actually pretty good here. And we rarely say that, but I think this is one of those times where I do enjoy it.
And also, remember, they didn't really win lane last time, so if that's how it's going to happen again, at least have something that suits your composition as this game goes on. As Zeker is...
He's feeling himself.
He's Yasuoing.
He's Yasuoing really hard. He came in there, he got a few auto attacks, he went lethal tempo himself, and is trying to get the advantages here at level 1 before the Taliyah can really start to combo him down and be very obnoxious. So getting small edge there, actually, I didn't expect he would have. The matchup should still go back to Taliyah's control shortly afterwards, as Viper will hit level 2 first.
Yep, nicely done. Life just popping out of the brush there as Viper gets set up for an extra kill onto the turret.
It's wild to me, too, Atlas, that because of these massive draft gaps, in our opinion, and I think this extends obviously to the space as well, just because they've said as much, that it may be a series that if D+ lose this game, is remembered of, like, D+ losing the series more than HLE won the series. You know what I mean? And it's the first time in a long time we wouldn't have D+ in top 4.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about, man.
And they go to 5th place, which is lower than their regular season finish.
Yeah, not being able to get into that lower bracket as well, not having a second chance. Like, we knew it was going to be heartbreaking. Like, honestly, losing both, like either of these teams is not something that you want in these playoffs. But it is a reality that we're going to have to come to terms with, and we're going to have to come to terms with it pretty quickly because we have a maximum of 2 more games, including this one.
Zeka's playing this matchup so well that it almost makes you want to eat my words about the 3 lost lanes here for HLE.
Yeah.
Obviously, Showmakers should still get more control of this, but Zeka's getting pretty much the maximum value out of this. It's definitely enemy team Yasuo here for Showmaker right now.
Oh, 100%. Nice body slam there from Kingen as well as he drinks up the majority of his mana. And yeah, there is a Sejuani waiting in the wings just to see whether they can get any aggression. Oh dear, Canyon going to turn off. But can Canna survive is the question. The answer's no, as first blood goes to the Gragas. And now Kingen, we'll see. We'll see whether he actually keeps himself alive. He does. And Canyon just going to try and shove that lane in, but really nicely played from Hanwha early on.
Yeah, the scoreboard was keeping us in suspense there as Clid was up there at the top of the screen, but there's no vision on the Sejuani, and kind of feels safe. He wants to try to bait Kingen into an all-in because Canyon is there. He's like, oh, okay, we win this. Or, worst case scenario, we probably get a plate here. If Clid's there, we back away. But Clid gets the jump on him. They actually get a kill here for this Gragas early. He gets an early tier purchase, has that Mana Crystal and refillable pot. So he's got so much sustain in this lane. He's Gragas himself, so he's just kind of scaling up now. The lane is basically free from here for Kingen. It's not like he's going to turn around and start killing the Jace, but he's never going to die. He's never going to be on any heavy pressure anymore.
Yeah, grenade going down here from Kellen, but he's going to miss the mark. That is going to spell a little bit of aggression here from Viper and Life. It is going to be the cleanse for both of these bottom lanes, but we have an exhaust on Kellen. Kind of interesting here, just to make sure that Zeka can't pop off if they get this Wombo combo. But after the last breath, he's not going to be able to just destroy them as Canyon secures his own Raptor camp. That's certainly good news.
With no red buff on this Wukong, Clid feels pretty comfortable coming up and seeing what he can find. Never really going to be under any true pressure. As you can see, if these shoves hit, Zeka just going to lose a lot of health. That's just the nature of the beast here.
Yeah, that was nicely played. Showmaker able to get some back here in this mid lane. Level 6, pretty close for both of them. of course, means a lot more here for Zeka. Means he can threaten with that ulti. That tornado does come back up. As we're going to check out this little replay once again. Clid just in perfect position.
I mean, Kana's like, oh man, he has no mana, but they still have enough damage here. Kingen flashes here for one last hit, and then like Canyon's over here so frustrated because if he's here just a second earlier, this looks totally different because Kingen has no mana. The acceleration gate was kind of weirdly placed there as well as Kana's trying to figure out how he wants to handle the situation. I wouldn't call it a panic. He's just not able to maximize the value out of all of his damage in this situation either.
Yeah, he could still be a cool kid.
Yeah.
That is absolutely true.
He definitely is.
As Viper takes a bit of damage from the piercing arrow from Deft, who's now, 51 through his cull.
Kingen also gets to, we talked about the early back he picked up earlier. Now he's got the Catalyst here and isn't going to lose too much with this wave coming over. We'll see if Kana is going to chip away at a plate as Kellen.
Yeah, is going to be able to find the gank onto a backing Viper. Buys a fair bit of time there, actually, and gets the cleanse. Really nicely done.
Yeah.
So that is going to delay him.
And that's free Drake. And this is the lane prio, Atlas, you're talking about.
Yeah.
And, okay, Kana is going to be forced to flash. Clid's over here. He did get a plate. And greeted for a little bit there. Something I was kind of keeping an eye on because Kingen rushed to get that Catalyst out, which is going to make it so difficult again for him to be under really any threat by the Jace, but it will cost him a plate. They do take the flash, though.
Well, Showmaker here in this mid lane just keeping himself alive against Zeka, and the Drake test was passed this time. That's what I wanted to talk about, was the fact that, Seismic Shove going to come through. As maybe I just won't talk about stuff because whenever I do, there are little engages do come down here as Zeka takes a fair bit of damage, but is just going to help Clid out. So at least DK are not going to be trapped in a dragon pit. That's all I was going to say.
Yeah, I mean, that's the disaster is so far averted here. And a Gragas getting a kill and a flash down on a Jace where he's just going to be shooting a rubber man basically in the top lane, the big belly. Is it going to be too significant here for HLE? These Drakes and stacking those up, especially we consider it's Chemtech and Cloud first, no offense to you, of course, but there's a pretty high chance it's going to be an extremely valuable soul here. The Infernal
don't say that, you'll guarantee the ocean.
I'm just saying, it's looking pretty good to have a Drake lead right now.
It's very, very
statistically speaking.
75%. I mean, it is actually a 50-50, isn't it? Valdez and I would agree. It's either an ocean soul or it's not.
Yeah.
That's kind of how it goes. As Kingen here on this top side, actually feeling fantastic after the first blood. Still behind in CS, but it's nowhere near going to be the issue that it was last time around. I think he fell down like 20 CS at least by the mid game.
We've got Schrodinger's Scout, we've got Schroeder's Soul, we got Showmaker.
Oh dear, there's the last breath. And Showmaker gonna have to flash at least. The Seismic Shove doesn't work. And Kellen turns up a bit late, throws all of his abilities into a wind wall.
Well, that's one way to get the Yasuo further ahead. And now you got Rift Herald control here as HLE. Kingen, he's got Cask available, he's got Flash. It's very difficult to actually continue this fight now. Kingen has just enough mana to say, all right, I'm going to sit here, put the pressure on the Jace, and then I can come over here if we see a contest, which I do not think we will. Showmaker has Weaver's Wall, but did Flash in the exchange, so your ability to team fight here, very rough as D+. I hope they don't force it, because that's another way to lose this game super early. Cut your losses.
Almost sidesteps that, but Body Slam against To the Skies is pretty good. As far as a combo, as Canyon moves in, Weaver's Wall going to come down as Showmaker gets on in here. This could be a disaster as Viper is going to find the backline. Showmaker in so much trouble. It is claimed by Canyon, but at what cost?
Why are we forcing
and the cost is everything. The eye is going to go waiting, and Jace just solo killed by Kingen.
And why are we forcing? Why are we forcing?
God Herald.
I mean,
God Herald, don't worry, God Herald, man. I guess. I don't know.
Like, this is exactly the same scenario.
Yeah.
That's what happened in game one. Now, albeit it's on the Herald and not the Drake, you have no control. You have no control whatsoever. You have a Talia, but she doesn't have Flash. You're walking into an early game Yasuo. Zeri is going to be able to ult. She's there. Your AD carry is not. And yeah, you got Cyclone for your Wukong. But why force? Like, you don't even, if they get the Herald, you're like, okay, well, it's fine. We still have other win conditions here in this game. It's totally okay. You get a Yasuo 2 kills and get wiped early. And like I said, we're having conversations about, did D+ lose this series more than Hanwha wanted? Is Showmaker dies here initially, so this is what leads to the prio. and then he comes back because early death timers, this stage of the game, he's got Weaver's Wall, but you're forcing this fight into a Yasuo here, a Sejuani. The Wukong Cyclone does very little. Viper 1v2s here.
And it's 4v5. Like,
you don't
can't do that. You elected to keep Deft Bot.
Yeah, and then over here, looks like a flash body slam.
In the meantime, to the skies, and Ken is dead.
So Kingen kills him another time. 3 kills on the Gragas. Atlas, I don't know if this series goes any longer, man.
I'm a little bit worried.
There are some win conditions here for D+ still, but your margins are so thin now. What a weird series we've watched here where each and every time D+ have these great win conditions, these great drafts, but they don't utilize them when they fight at timings that are inappropriate. And we are going to watch this, so I think it's a flash body slam here the first time around, which is pretty standard, right? But
yep. Just going to get him. And in the meantime, he's like trying to tell the rest of his team, he's like, yeah, look, I got to kill guys. They're team fighting, though, unfortunately, so not going to be able to communicate that one as...
And then Kana, he's just up here trying to trade aggressively against this Gragas. There's a whole, there's a minion wave there, so I guess he feels pretty good about that, but they have no vision whatsoever. He's killed now a 3rd time. Rod is done for this Gragas here at like 11 minutes.
And Clit is just everywhere on this map right now as DK setting up for this Cloud Drake. We'll have a look at what the soul is. His last breath comes through. Showmaker tries to find the side, but he doesn't get it. Immediate cleanse, but it doesn't matter. He's whipped up in the Cyclone. There's the Drake take, but at what cost is this one going to be? As they get the polymorph, Cyclone comes in, Viper gets exhausted, and the Wukong flashes on top of him. They've lost so much of their damage, but now Deft is trying to pop up. He flashes over the wall. Zeka, it's a 1v1 of former teammates, and Zeka says no.
Enemy team Yasuo, man, 5-0 this game. 5-0 at 12 minutes. This is the only thing that can't happen. You have to make sure this doesn't happen as D+, and you're greeting for a second Drake here. The Varus composition.
Oh, man. Zeka is just so huge this game, and DK are just, they're electing to head towards these fights.
And like this, the last fight went so well for D+, and yet still it's a loss for them, right? And it's one that they forced super hard here. Showmaker is taken out of the fight early, and Viper here on the backside of things is just doing so much damage. And how do you re-engage here? Canyon gets the Cyclone. If Viper plays even a little bit more respectfully there, you don't even take Viper out, and this fight is even more one-sided. Deft is playing his best game. Like, don't get me wrong, he played this so well, but it's still just not going to be enough. And Zeka ends up getting another 2 kills. 5 kills now on this Yasuo, and this game is just going to snowball, you have to imagine.
Oh, yeah. And Zeka getting that tornado to get over that wall. Otherwise, like, there's an angle where Deft can then just, like, set up, and then Zeka has to face check and things like this, and it can go wrong. But Zeka just knows, man. He is, I don't know. It seems to get to, like, the further a series goes, the better Zeka is as a player. He just warms up. And as you can see, 2,000 gold in the lead right now, 4,000 as a team.
Yeah, it's just... it's so tough to play out now as D+, and you don't have any map control. Like, look at Showmaker. He's just trying to farm. He's just trying to farm.
Yeah.
I just want to farm minions. I just want to get gold, please. I'm sitting on my component.
And Showmaker is... he knows that Clit's here, as they do find a grenade onto the Sejuani, but in the meantime, Zeka is killing a turret. And what are they going to be able to do about it is the question. The answer is walk towards him, and he will respect it, at least for now. Kind of trying to get some work done here towards his top side, but the Jace is falling behind. Canyon going to look for Kingen, who has a bit of a drink and wanders back towards safety.
It's the good drafting that we've seen from D+, and the great individual plays we have seen.
It's the clutch factor, right?
Yeah, but the decision-making and the calls, you know, to go for these fights and to force them, that is really hurting them here, because I don't even want to say this is any one player's fault. I couldn't even point fingers at any single player on D+, saying, like, this was it, this was not it. I mean, if we knew who made the exact calls, we could maybe then zero in a little bit more, but each individual player is playing mechanically well. The laning phases are going well. It's just forcing these fights against the enemy comp when they're at their strongest point early here, when you have nothing and you don't have Pry, you don't have Seb, you don't have your AD carry, man. It's going to, like, echo through my nightmares, potentially, if D+ lose this one, because They had such a good draft. 4 out of 4. I think we all agree 4 out of 4 drafts. They had a much better draft.
They did. They played well also, but like you were saying, I think it's over-aggression. I think it's underestimation, and I think it's tenacity on the side of Hanwha Life Esports, even though we've only had one Chemtech Drake this series.
It's so reminiscent of DRX's run in Worlds in so many ways.
Yeah.
And you have, like, we don't want to over-narrative this, but you do have 2 pieces of that roster on your team as HLE. Deft on the other side. But
2 is better than 1, I guess.
I guess so.
And we always knew, like, there was always this, like, inkling in the back of our minds that, like, Hanwha Life Esports were always just going to be a really scary team when it comes to best of 5s. And now, Kellen gonna have to flash. There's the knock-up onto Canna, but Zeka is a little bit out of position.
TP?
Life, yeah, they do get the TP in as King, and running real fast does just push Kellen into the turret. So
they want this Herald
alive.
Now, Showmaker may be able to try to get a turret over here on the other side of the map, but they're just forcing this so that they get the health bars low. Even if Kingen doesn't get those kills there, he just delays their backs and does so much damage that they can't come over and contest. It would be silly to do so, sillier than the previous Herald fight, right? And Showmaker actually won't be able to do that much to this turret because there still is that teleport lingering here, so Zeka can come over and actually catch that wave. Kingen will, in fact, get the entire turret himself here on the top side of the map, which is first brick. And that's going to be, once again, a huge win here for HLE. The only thing that is going for D+ is that they got 2 Drakes, but when it's Infernal Soul, and you're not going to be able to necessarily win any of these subsequent fights, it means very little. In fact, could even be a boon for HLE just getting these single Infernal Drakes. It's actually better for them over time.
And as they get more and more control, the likelihood that they'll stack up 4 of these if the game goes late is actually higher than 50%, I reckon, based on the state of the game that we're observing. But already Canyon is on this dragon. He's been pretty good at getting these smites. As DK grouped up as 5, Clid going to make it a 50-50 as King and spotted on the flank. There's the secure of the soul point. As Kellen going to get locked down by Zeka, but immediately the exhaust does come through. Canyon keeps himself alive for so long, and Hanwha Life are not finding this team fight. They're being outranged by D+ Kia, and they've already taken the Drake for themselves. Canyon also finds his way out somehow, and Showmaker, don't overextend. D+, you've learned this. Do not overextend.
Kingen is just pushing mid here, and he is going to be able to get this crash additionally now into this inner turret. It's not going to be a turret going down.
Yeah, maybe we're going to say almost worth.
Yeah,
Hanwha's side of things. Maybe I got over it, like ahead of myself.
I mean, the exciting part about this fight for D+ is that it proves that their composition can work, even from behind, in fact. There's lethal tempo here on this Varus, getting mad value here. As Deft is, with this engage here coming from Canyon, got so much range, he sets up the ult here, and look at the follow-up damage he has. He's just continually, with the Taliyah here, able to chunk them down, and if the initial engage isn't amazing here for HLE, if their initiation is off, the Wukong is still going to be great. It's the Liandry's variation of the Taliyah here, so you have a lot of damage than what you would normally have, a lot more damage than what you would normally have with a Varus who's going for lethality when you have lethal tempo and this Liandry's burn damage. So it feels good if you can avoid the initial engage and then set up. But ultimately, like you said, it's not a huge win for them in terms of what it means outside of getting Soul Point, but that's significant. All they have to do now is win one more big team fight, and they're back in this, and they've proven they could do it from a massive gold deficit.
Yeah, all they need to do is win a smite fight, theoretically, if Hanwha are going to let them 50-50 for it. And Canyon, I mean, that's where the smart money's at as far as these smites are concerned in this particular game, I guess. Although Clid has found some of these moments. DK moving up towards this is Clid going to be spotted, but we'll be able to take away the popcorn chickens at least. And some signs of life, Wolf, are being shown, but it's still 6,000 gold the lead for Hanwha Life Esports.
And after what we saw from D+, you know, with the loss in the previous game, in Game 3, you know, you never want to say it's over till it's over, right? Because it looked really over for D+ there. And then a few mistakes, a few overextensions, and the Hanwha Life Esports was able to go up to match point here. So the same could happen oppositely, of course, of HLE. Now, Yasuo, when he is this far ahead, normally gets further ahead because he forces wins on team fights. That last fight wasn't the best indicator of that just yet, but he's still massively ahead, still has a ton of gold here, and is on 2 items, very difficult to kill. Similar to the Yone build we saw from just Bloodthirster after the Immortal Shield Bow. He's going to be doing so much work in these team fights, and he's going to be such a great setup for the Zeri to get Runan's value. There's that Runan's variant of the build here from Viper second. You have so much map control. But D+ in 2 minutes time, that's going to be the real test, because that is a fight that if they win, they're back in the driver's seat.
Yep, they are certainly feeling a whole lot better. They don't necessarily need to force on the next one, but I think like as soon as they start stacking up more than one of these Infernals, that's when you start to get real scared.
Especially
what Hanwha Life are able to do to you.
Yeah, especially when you consider that Gragas is already, you know, I want to say he's full build, basically. This is like the Rod Serap's full build Gragas, and HLE just going to start this. They have so much damage on this Yasuo. This crazy attack speed is just going to rip through this. Canyon doesn't have flash for the engage, and Kingan's trying to lock down the door.
Yeah, Canyon going to move on in, though. We mentioned the smite button. This could be dangerous. Let's look for the turn from Hanwha Life. They don't find the tornado, as they do just back themselves away. Respectful play here from Hanwha Life Esports.
Really safe play here. They got a teleport. They're happy for that. And, you know, without the knock-up coming through there from Zeka of his Q, he's like, I just don't want to force this. Klid's taking too much damage. Let's just back away. And now Canyon going to clear this ward, and HLE need to be around this area to make sure they don't actually lose the Baron themselves. They have so much map control, it's really hard for D+ to actually stick around.
Yeah, yes. I mean, losing that inner turret is proving to be so incredibly effective here for Hanwha Life. And so I made the call, you know, I was like, oh, DK, they won themselves a team fight. And yes, they kind of did. But Kingan, he broke away from it early. He moves towards that mid lane. He escorts Shirley towards taking down 2 turrets. And that really takes away from any sort of advantage that you were able to pick up there in that last fight.
There is a control ward here on this Baron. They have a lot of vision around the Baron, but it's really difficult for HLE to actually do this Drake on spawn here because D+ are happy to trade. This is what Soul Point can often give you in games like this, even when you're behind. It's just forcing your opponent to choose between 2 different objectives here. Viper got to be so careful being that close to the Wukong, who now has flashback available. If you get locked down by Wukong and lose your AD carry, it's very difficult to team fight with Yasuo alone.
Yeah, and Kingan does do a bit of damage with the build that he's gone for, of course, but it's not massive. As Hanwha Life going to pull the Drake out of the pit. Canyon in the area, and he could get baited in for this one, but man, I don't think it's worth losing the game over, as they do get the knock up, but Canyon,
he's got to split against this Cyclone. If he gets the big Cyclone angle, that's the follow-up you're looking for.
There's the knock-up, but Canna not going to get engaged on. The Glacial Prison goes wide. Good cast as they knock Kellen into the backline. Zeka is over the wall, gets immediately knocked up. The Wild Growth, but Canyon gets on over. Viper going to be dashing in, but he's stunned up the rocks. Oh no! As Canyon is going to push them away, and this is just going to be Soul picked up by DK.
Oh, it is so winnable now, and Deft outplaying Viper here. Doesn't even flash or cleanse in this fight. So he's going to be able to back away here now, and D+, they have such a great win condition here at HLE. With the backs here from D+, they were thinking maybe we could come over here and start up this Baron. They will not be able to do so. Viper's just going to stick around.
I'm so scared though, Wolf. Do you know what this means? It means there's an Elder in 5 minutes.
Yeah, and look, Canna here is so lucky that the Sejuani ult does not hit. And then Canyon gets a knock-up only onto the Gragas, but is barely able to catch Zeka. And Zeka re-engages into Cyclone. Canyon flashes for the kill, gets the shutdown here, and then Deft is able to just continue to chase forward here. Flash has to be used, Cleanse has to be used from Viper. Deft does way more in this fight. They get the smite, and bit of a mistake there from Zeka to re-engage onto the Cyclone. I think if he waits a little bit more, he might have an angle, but he was so like, okay, I flashed out, I've got to do something in this fight, or this fight is lost, and it was definitely lost, but shutdown gold going over, at least in their minds, to the Wukong. Some silver lining here, but the Infernal Soul is going to be a permanent problem that HLE now have to deal with.
Absolutely. I think it actually makes even Kellen kind of scary on this Heimerdinger, who's got his Rylai's Crystal Scepter now completed. It is still 5,000 gold the lead for Hanwha Life Esports. And guys, we are saying things like, oh, you know, they've got the Drake, everything's great. It looks like Hanwha are still in prime position to claim this game. But as these fights continue to go the way of DK, as the Varus is showing that with this range advantage, he is able to get these auto attacks in and make the on-hit variant actually work. Man, this is so much closer than it had any right to be.
And I think a lot of this is the fact that the draft for D+ is just more well-rounded, like we talked about at the very beginning of the game. We talked about lane control and early prio and stuff like that, but also just how it functions in 5v5 fights we were always willing to trust. that it was going to be very good with the lethal tempo variant here, the on-hit Varus for Deft. He's got a stopwatch. Showmaker has a stopwatch. They know that this fight they're gearing up for right now is their ticket to push and end the game, potentially start to get some of these, all the standing gold. I mean, all the turrets on the map are up. They haven't gotten a single turret. There's so much money to be taken here. If they get this Baron, it's insane. So they know, okay, buy those stopwatches. Let's invest. This could be the last fight of the game. The Jace is so much stronger now with this fast Infernal Soul, because not only is it Infernal Soul, but it's basically fast as possible Infernal Soul. Like, we're talking 25 minutes here, so this buff feels so huge so early. Zeka on a flank. They see him.
Yeah, Vision now to go over, but Canyon not able to take down that control ward, and Hanwha Life Esports still sitting on so much map control. Once again, we have to say thanks to taking the inner turret so early on. You mentioned, I mean, it's so early on both sides, right? Because there's no turrets that are being taken by DK. That is that's a large part of how Hanwha have so much money. It's because they've taken actual structures, and DK haven't been able to, despite the fact that they have a Jace.
And remember when Zeka got those additional kills and we were like, okay, it's 5 kills on a Yasuo so early in the game. He hasn't been able to do much else in teamfights since. And the fact that he and the Gragas, who's your engage tool and not that much damage for you, are the ones who have all of the gold really hurts. If it was Viper who had all this money, you'd feel a lot better about your position here. You'd still feel nice about some gold on these solo laners, but the fact that it's so front-loaded on what is a frontline and engage setup here means that the follow-up damage isn't always going to be there, and Deft can actually compete still at this point 1v1 with Azeri because he has that Infernal Soul. So the gold is great here, but it's not exactly where you want it. And D+ have so much gold to pick up. All they need to do is win one decisive fight, and they will flip that gold lead back into their favor. It's crazy to say it, 5,000 the deficit, but there's just that much standing gold on the map.
Yeah. And there is now 3 items on Viper. So this is where things get a bit dicey, because Zeka also just finished his Infinity Edge. Oh my goodness, Kingen has a Rabadons. That's some item spikes. You know, I like to talk about power spikes.
Yeah.
That was my thing a few years ago. This is a power spike moment for Hanwha Life Esports. They're feeling very good about what they've collected from Forest right now.
It's like a 3-item set for the whole team, basically.
Yeah.
And even getting the Warmogs done here is really huge for Clid. And, I mean, they are so timid about starting this Baron up here, but it's 90 seconds to go for Elder, and the flip definitely feels good for D+, because they got a Varus.
Yeah, they get the flash out of Kellen, who's got a target on his back this game, man. Like, he's been ulted by everyone.
If we go to a 50-50 on Elder, they have Unsealed Spellbook, they have Varus, like they can go like 3, 2, 1 and double smite with Varus Q.
Yeah.
And Infernal Soul. So like, HLE, you're gonna have to be decisive now. Use your lead, force a fight here, or D+, man, they're just gonna eventually run you out of time.
Well, now they're going to start it off. As they do get over that wall, the Rift Scuttler giving them a lot of extra power, and I think that they counted the blue trinkets. We can't see them. And the Baron, oh no, there we go. They do spot this one out. Showmaker can get over there at a moment's notice as Canyon dives forward. They look for Kingen, who flashes away immediately. Windwall now on cooldown. Can they get into the Baron pit is the question. The answer is no. Clid gonna lock that one up. He gets over the wall though. And Hanwha, they don't want to fight. They just want to take the Baron and reset for the Elder. Just barely in time.
And so many tools were used. Canyon actually used his ultimate there. He's not going to have it for the Elder, so they're going to reset, like you said, have full health and rush over to this Elder. D+ have Prio, they got a TP coming through. This is going to potentially be series defining this team fight here on the Elder that spawns in 10 seconds. Deft is running over. His Runins is done. Those stopwatches were not broken, but Canyon doesn't have an ult, and that's one of their best tools here to start team fights.
Showmaker now off to the side. This Weaver's Wall could also be so incredibly pivotal. Okay, Zeka in the mid lane, getting that one pushed towards.
He has TP, he's trying to buy an item and come back.
Well, Kingen moving down, Clid on the flank, gets into the pit as a teleport going to be utilized. Viper just keeping this wave in check. Zeka will turn up and join him.
Canyon, he just was like, give me enough time for my ult. I've got flash ult, just buy me time for my ultimate and we can win this fight. Deft already getting his back online too. This is so close.
Man, it's like money versus Infernal Soul. As Showmaker throwing these threaded volleys through the Elder Drake being started up here. These blue trinkets spotting exactly what's going on, but only for a few moments.
It's blocking so much damage here.
Yeah, Showmaker puts up the wall as Viper is completely out of this fight. Clid looks for the Glacial Prison. They dive on top of Cannon, who flashes away. Canyon finds the Cyclone, but he's going to have to go Golden Zekker into the backline. They take down the Heimerdinger, and there goes the Jace as well. It's a double. It's Clid. It's taken Solo, and Deft will be taking out Hanwha. They will be going to round 2, I have a feeling, Wolf, because this team fight is all them. And the Elder should belong to them as well as Zekker. That's a quadra kill in the team fight.
Oh, Zekker, he played it so well, and Viper's positioning is beautiful. And Canyon, he's got the Flash Cyclone, but he's not going to be able to follow up. He gets the knock-up on the Viper, but he's got a stopwatch, he's got a Flash. And HLE, as you say, are going to round 2. It's been a long time since we have not seen D+ advance to top 4, but they will not be going this season. A huge upset win for HLE.
Yeah, and Zekker knows exactly what number DK need to call. Have a look at that scoreline. Hanwha Life Esports, they are the 3 former world champions that are going to be progressing this time around. Canyon, Showmaker, and Deft gonna have to wait until summer.
A huge roar through the crowd as HLE will take the win. And man, it was so close in some of these games. We had games that looked like they were over, but they were slightly turning, they were coming back. But it's DRX-esque. It reminds you that Kingen and Zekker, when the pressure is on, they have played so incredibly well. And I think even against all odds, Deft too, another part of that DRX roster, played so well this game. He played so well, but it isn't enough ultimately. At the end of the day, even with the Infernal Soul, it's a close team fight. But HLE, they played it better. And like I said before, it might be a series that goes down in history for the Damwon organization as one that was lost by them rather than won by HLE. But I think that 4th game, that final game, really makes you change your mind, really makes you feel like this is Kingen's day, it's Zekker's day. And Viper finally getting some wins here in the late game.
Oh man, I have to say, watching Zekker play the Yasuo, just beautiful in this series.
Even at level 1?
Yeah, and both of the brothers, man, one after the other. I mean, I guarantee you that he is collecting the POG for this one. Clid also having the best games of League of Legends that he's played all season. Like, that's not fair. If you're a DK fan, you're like, I heard that Clid's not that good. What's this jungler doing? He's actually making great plays.
By the way, Hanwha Life Esports, including the time Deft was on this roster, was on a 16-series losing streak. A 16-series losing streak, and Zekker's going to take his Yasuo Blade out and cut it.
Yeah.
Because on the 17th time, they will win against D+ Kia here in the first round of playoffs. History made for this organization tonight. 16 was the losing streak. Absolutely insane.
Just extraordinary play from this squad. And they just refused. They just refused to go down. And they said, like, yeah, you've got an early game draft, but do you know what happens? Like, you have to kill our Nexus. And we can protect our Nexus. Can you protect yours in the late game? No.
It's been a narrative we've had here in the LCK of the first 3 orgs to ever win Worlds, right? SK Telecom, T1, Samsung becoming Gen G, right? And like the follow-up here, the big 3, where you look at T1, Gen G,
and DRX,
and DRX, or Damwon rather, is what I was getting at here with the D+. Like, D+ is not going to be in top 4. Like, DRX is 1 now, right? And so they haven't been able to win domestically enough for us to put them in the big 3 for the LCK. But HLE is once again shutting D+ out of another LCK finals. You know, maybe they were the ones that people were expecting to actually make it through the bracket, you know, early on in the season. Like, maybe this will be the team to challenge. They lost to Gen G, so some narratives changed there. But maybe this is one of the only teams that could challenge T1. But it's HLE who beat T1 this season. They beat Damwon now, and they're just so clutch, man. And it's making us rethink the idea of top 3 in the LCK once again.
Well, I think that there's a different top 3 for in best of 3s and in best of 5s. In my mind, Hanwha Life Esports, if you're T1, you pick KT every day of the week, and you are so happy. You are so happy that you can choose your opposition. Like, it is, like, it's not even a question. Gen G are going to be the next ones to have to face off against this squad.
Speaking of which, T1 has 30 minutes
from the time where the Nexus fell exactly to make their decision. So you will be hearing that very soon. And if they announce early, it'll probably be announced on the space.
Yeah, it might actually be towards the end of the show.
And I mean, after watching how HLE played this series out, yeah, the drafting is a big question mark, but I still think as T1 you pick KT Rolster. I think what we saw was a higher peak here for HLE in this series than what we saw from KT yesterday. That's my take, but who knows, man? It's been a great playoffs already.
Yeah.
These are the final moments.
And once again, I feel like Hanwha, you can never count them out. We remember this from years past, right? And it must be something about this organization, man. Just figured it out. As we have a listen to this team just walk down the mid lane and finish it off.
Unbelievable the way this series went. Cannot believe it. And they came in the series knowing they were underdogs. The coaching staff, the players, they were all saying, like, we're going to do our best. It's going to be tough. It's going to be hard. It's going to be long games. It's going to be a long series. They came out the victors, man. 3-1 in this series. Zeka, 13,000 damage done, but it's actually the Gragas who had Death Cap that tops the damage charts.
And it's like Hanwha just know. They just know what they're good at. And they say, we don't really care about your meta that you have. We have champions that we want to play, and we're going to play them. And now, do you know what it's time for? It's time to head over to the space and see what they thought about this best of 5 series. Another 3-1. This time, Hanwha Life Esports managed to take it. Take it away, boys.
Thank you, casters, for the wonderful cast on the day. That is Hanwha Life Esports with the big upset win over DK, making it into round 2, where they will have a chance now to go double elimination. And yes, like the guys were saying on the desk, very important to see who T1 does select. We don't know just yet, but we will hear very soon as Golden Yasuo. R5.
I love this Yasuo pick, right? You have the setup with the Gragas, with the Sejuani. Even the Lulu, once you ult in, can like knock them up again. But also, like, look at the composition from DK. You have Varus, Jace, Heimer, Taliyah. All these champions could do nothing against the wind wall. You engage, you throw the wind wall down. The ones who are caught in the engage are dead. The ones who aren't caught in the engage just have to watch. So I thought this pick was really good. And although one of the concerns here was that the laning phase could be a bit rough in this one for Hanwha Life, I think this series showed us that laning phase didn't really matter. It was just who won the fights.
Well, I mean, you pointed a really good point, which is like, I think that from the lane phase, like the DK, they brought the comp that like actually they want to make a proactive play from the lane phase, but I don't think the Varus Heimer was enough against the Zeri, especially these days. I think ever since the Heimer got nerfed, like after that, like against they pull it sometimes against Zeri, but there wasn't that many times that they can actually roll from the lane phase, and that's why I think that he chose to go like the Lethal Tempo Virus, which is it's just worst version of the Zeri. That's how I feel. And later in the game, just Zeri just pop off like way easier, and there's way more options for the Hanwha Life can easily play out. And as you also mentioned it too, like they have a 4 immobile carry against the Gragas, and that's way too tough.
It was really rough starting from the draft, and no early game issues if you just win early. Let's take a look at some of the early fights that we did have, starting with this 12-minute fight on the Dragon.
Yeah, so we'd already seen Hanwha Life get a bit of an edge going into this one, some good ganks and played, and then they did a really good start to this, getting that pick on a Showmaker. This fight actually ended up being quite scrappy, which was kind of the theme of the game. There was a lot of close fights, but Zeka was just humongous on this pick in this fight and many more.
Yeah, I mean, the Taliyah was kind of isolated, and they catch really, really well. It's just, I would say DK just, it was really, really fortunate that they got the Drake at least, and then they got still 3 kill out of it, but, Zeka was way too fat. Especially when he's playing Yasuo.
Yeah.
It's like, it's way just snowball leading the game.
Yeah, I love, the casters we're talking about as well. Like, we don't care about your meta. We don't care, what's being picked in the mid lane. We're going to play Yone for Zeka. We're going to play Yasuo for Zeka. We're going to enable Zeka, a world champion. And they just put 2 and 2 together. Like, Kayn and Zeka did so much for this team. And then Viper was just able to clean up, especially as the game did come along.
Yeah, it did get a bit messy with the Dragons, I think. Their setup around objectives, that is something that needs to be worked on as we go into playoffs, because there were some bad decisions where they were choosing to flip the Dragon instead of opting to go for the fight when they were ahead. And as a result, even when they had a 5k gold lead, we saw DK manage to get Infernal Soul, and it was kind of like, how did this happen?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, basically HLE, like they still got work to do, like from the macro play, which is they were late for objective play, and they didn't really time check. Like they weren't ready for it a lot of the time. That's why they're kind of the way actually in the middle game they're kind of falling down was just they gotta do better job, especially when they go round 2 when they're facing, especially against Genji or T1.
Yeah.
They gotta do better job.
Yeah, all I would say is that, even starting from the first matchup against DK, I don't think on paper it was ever going to be easy. So I'm glad that they were able to overcome this first boundary. Now it feels like, hey, they've actually got a decent chance in the second round, although they're not going to be the favorites again, which we have heard before, including last year with some of these players. As we're going to take a look at this last fight as well on the Elder.
Yeah, I mean, I really want to shout out to the Viper. He was like just 1v1ing from the early of the start against Talia, and he completely zoned out, and he put them like DPS as much as he can, and flash out, and all the thing, and just the fight is over because he's just dominating on the top side. Then they didn't have to flip the Elder. He opened the fight, and they just pressed the button.
Yeah, and you saw as well on the bot side, King and Zeka, they got the engage onto the bot lane, onto the Varus and the Hyman. It's like if the Yasuo basically teleports onto you with the ult, there's nothing you can do. He just kills your Hyman, slams the Windwall down. It's just, there's no counterplay to that. So a better decision, because I was kind of worried that maybe they'd go for a flip again, start the Elder, Canyon steals it, and then honestly, this could have been a game 5 if that happened.
Yeah, absolutely. I love how they were like, oh, these games are super scrappy. We're just brawling all the time over and over.
Yeah.
Let's play Yasuo. Like you're gonna try to like sit there and poke and do it. No, we're just gonna attack you. We're just gonna press our buttons and go all in, and it worked out really well for them. So, still no word on what T1 has selected. In my opinion, I would say this is the easiest. I'm gonna slam that KT button as fast as possible. But what do you guys think?
Yeah, I think 100% KT. I think KT didn't look super convincing in that series, and as much as this was a messy series, I think Hot and Life they look like a team who rise up to the competition. They did take down T1, the only team to do in the regular season, but also King and Zeka both look so clutch in this series, and we kind of saw like reminiscent from Worlds last year when they just completely came online. That is scary to deal with.
I mean, personally, I think the King these days he's kind of performing really well. Like especially, I'll say if I was a Zeus, I think I'll play against King and then King.
That's fair.
Yeah, I mean, especially for lane, like it feels like Keen oftentimes plays for lane and can get some big leads in the top side. Whereas today, even we saw like the top side, Kingen was like getting big leads, but I don't think that's necessarily going to happen against some of the better top laners that we do have on those other teams. So it's going to be pretty interesting. I think the matchup between T1 and Hamalife has looked very precarious here in this season. And not only do Zeka and Kingen look very clutch, like Viper is also world champion and he's doing it. Even Life had some big moments in game 1. So if he's on board and then like Klid's kind of just doing enough, then it's looking pretty good for this team.
Yeah, I think it's just the unpredictability, right? You don't know really what Hot and Life is going to show up. I think you take the safest bet. Being honest, I think either should be fairly, you should be able to handle it as T1. I think they are still far above, but I guess we see what they decide.
Yeah, I mean, one thing, the biggest different thing between the KT, the HLE, how they won is HLE, they won how they were supposed to win, and KT more so they try kind of new thing. I'll say that's a biggest different gap between those two teams.
I think that's a positive way to look at the series from yesterday for sure. Let's take a look at the POG from game number 4 here. It will be Zeka, no surprise. The win wall, I think, sub-POG in this one.
Yeah, I mean, so much value, but also like the early fights in lane. Like obviously we had this early gang coming out onto the Talia, but even before that he was doing really well in the early trades. And consistently in the team fight is just such a menace. And as you said before, once Yasuo snowballs, you can't really have a handle on him.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like so easy to open the fight. I mean, that's what Zeri wants too, right? Like Zeri just want to be in the next position, side position that she just is starting the fight. Like someone started the fight for her, and then she can actually clutch, and then she can go make it longer, as long as possible into the fight. And that's what she wanted. And Yasuo, Gragas, Sejuani, that's the really, really fit the compositions for Zeri as well.
Yeah, it just allowed Zeri to clean up every time and just pick off what was left of the team fight.
Yeah, you have to use your exhaust on the Yasuo, and then Zeri's like, woo, I get to do whatever I want.
Use everything on the Yasuo, and it's like Zeri's just chilling.
So 3 votes for Klid. I think that's fair. You know, he went mid, got the nice gank, helped out in top lane as well. He didn't really get the smites, but other than that, he was doing a lot to to get his mid laner ahead to a point where he could carry. So in a moment's time, we will be hearing from all the guys on the side of Hanwha Life Esports. Very curious to hear what they have to say about this series and maybe who they want to be selected by.
That's gotta be interesting as well.
Yeah, I feel like avoiding T1 is the obvious one. But also coming off this series, you're probably feeling like $1 million. You're probably like, yeah, we could take him.
But you never know, HLE, they might want to face against T1.
Maybe. I mean,
there's double limb now, so why not just get 2 attempts against.
Get it over early with.
Yeah, good experience is having one more extra game against T1.
Yeah, for sure. That's a good point. Either way, guys, we do have the interview and we can hear from the players themselves. Let's go over to the interview with Ji-sun now.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the post-game interview translation. We are here joined by the victorious Hanwha Life Esports players after their win over D+Kia. Hanwha Life pulled off a crazy upset up against D+Kia. Kingen, how do you feel? I think this best of 5 series, looking at it, we were like, we have to start off with a great win in order to, keep moving forward throughout the playoffs, and we were able to actually pull that off. So I'm so happy with the outcome today. Congratulations on that, Kingen. And also, you have this, big game hunter meme in Korea. What did you keep in mind heading into this important best of 5 series? I wanted to make sure that I'm feeling relaxed. And as long as we focus on our own performance, we will be able to get the win because our players have so much experience in playing best of 5s. Thinking, and how do you like this big game hunter meme? Do you like it? Do you think that's true? I mean, not only me, but also my teammates, they have been to the greater stage internationally, so I think it does make sense. So we are still waiting for T1's opponent submission. Who do you think you will be facing up against? I think both T1 and Gen.G are so strong right now. I think we just gotta focus on what we gotta do. And in order to win it all, you just gotta win whoever you get to face up against. So I don't want to care too much about our potential opponent. We just gotta make sure that we're getting win up against everyone. Then what is your goal for the second round of playoffs? I think today we showcased some good performance, but I want to come back even stronger in order to climb up higher throughout this playoffs run. We will keep working our best.
하나생명 e스포츠 선수들의 플레이오프 2라운드 경기 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다.
We'll be looking forward to the second round performance in the playoffs as well. And Klid, your Sejuani was on 1-8 record throughout the regular season prior to today, but you brought your team to victory with their game number 1 Sejuani. You even mentioned that you are always hesitating to lock in Sejuani. Did you practice this champion for the playoffs even more? Yeah, I was like, you gotta play Sejuani at some point, and she's pretty good in terms of the meta. So I've been practicing it a lot, and turned out I was able to perform better today. This series was going back and forth, and there was a big comeback win from Hanwha Life as well. How did you manage yourself keep focused throughout the series? Like in between games, our coaching staff always reminded us, like, just think that this is your first game of the series in order to keep the fresh mind, and we were able to follow those advice, and we were able to get good result. And Zeka, Hanwha Life never managed to beat D+Kia throughout the spring season. Finally, you got your revenge. How do you feel? After the regular season, I was asked, who do you want to face at playoffs? And I said D+Kia because we never beat them throughout throughout the regular season. So I really wanted to get this revenge. I'm so relieved that we were able to get this win over D+Kia today. And you played Yone in Game 3, and we saw Gen.G actually pull that Yone Maokai comp up against D+Kia at the end of the regular season. Were you also inspired by them? And Gen.G also did a great job on that series with that comp. But we were like, there's no other team that can actually play that comp. Or like the players actually interviewed that we are the only one who can actually pull off this comp. But we were able to prove that we can also execute the exact same comp and get the win. And talk us through the R5 Yasuo in the last game. I was not playing Yasuo for the past 1 year. Like I was never playing it in solo queue, not even in Screams, but I got to play this Yasuo in this kind of a decisive moment on the best of 5 series, which is a mid laner's dream come true moment. And there's a fan sign for Zeka on screen right now, and you were popping off throughout this series, but you don't really have too much time to prepare for the next round. What are you gonna focus on? I mean, you may not have enough time, but I think best of 5 series is more about how you concentrate on the show days. So I'll just make sure I'll do my best in the upcoming match. Viper, this was your first LCK playoffs after 4 years. What was your mindset for this big day? I wasn't like counting the dates, to be honest. Whenever I get to play at playoffs, I just focus on what's in front of me, you know, what I gotta do. And Hana Life actually made a big upset up against D+Kia in one of the games. What was the most challenging part today? Just like the regular season, D+Kia, they really like to play around the bottom lane. So we were always trying to keep in our mind that their jungler tends to play a lot around the bottom lane. Now it's a double elimination bracket. What are you expecting from the upcoming run? I'm pretty confident in our own performance right now, so we'll do our best in the upcoming match as well. And Life, your teamwork with Clid set up so much vision for the team today. Was that something you guys focused on today in terms of the playstyle and tactics? Our head coach, our coaching staffs are working so hard in order to improve on those, you know, parts. And today, yeah, me and Clid had so much conversation and communication regarding the vision controls. What do you want to prove in the second round of playoffs? I just want to show that how we can play as a whole team. Even though sometimes you might be falling behind, we can always turn the table around. And to wrap up, Clid, as a captain of Hana Life, who do you think you'll get to play in the second round? Any message over to your future opponents? You know, my teammates are on the up and up, so I don't care about who we are going to face. We are confident in our own performance. And this will be the end of the interview from Hana Life Esports players, and I'm going to pass it back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation. As if I were Hana Life Esports, I would have said, bring it, T1. You won't pick me. You won't do it.
You're scared.
3-1 for Hana Life Esports. Big upset today, but the way they're playing, I don't know if we can call it an upset. They played better than DK today.
Well, I mean, no one expected.
True, I guess,
prediction was a whole DK side.
I think, look, everyone...
Ji-sun
was the one who predicted correctly.
But that's a 2-3, though. Do we take it?
I think...
At least it's a Hana Life
when everyone else is wrong. But I do also want to draw attention, because, you know, a lot of...
Guys, we have an update. Ox, sorry to cut you off. T1 has selected KT Rolster for the first round.
Epic.
The first match of round 2, I should say, of the playoffs. So we will have the telecom war in the first half, and that will happen on Saturday.
I don't think anyone's shocked particularly by that one. I think even before today's series, I think
except Puni.
No, I mean, I said no one knows.
True.
No one knows for sure, but I think after the KT series, I honestly think that it was quite clear that KT was the weaker compared to these two teams, but Hard or Life came out with a strong performance, and honestly, that series against Gen G, if they keep on this momentum, you know, who knows?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, it's gonna be interesting next match anyway. Like, I think it's gonna be fun, regardless. Like, I think it's a telecom war, that's what we called, since when I was there as well. So
yeah,
it's gonna be fun.
For many, many years now, for over a decade, it has been called a telecom war, and we will have one once again on Saturday. And of course, it's double elim from here on out. So even if KT get absolutely wrecked, maybe they can make some lower bracket run. It's going to be really interesting, guys.
Yeah.
Any final thoughts?
Today's series was pretty fantastic. I feel like we're just going to get better and better series, and having the double elimination is also fantastic.
I mean, that's what I said. Like, it's playing one BO5 extra against T1. That'll be a good one as well, even though you lose. So do not lose the confidence, even though you get wrecked. But I think it's going to be so interesting who's going to be at the final and semifinal.
Absolutely. It's going to be a wonderful time, guys. We are only getting started here at the LCK playoffs, but we are done for today. So thanks for watching this really fun Best of 5. And we'll see you on Saturday for the Telecom War. Have a good night.
I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. Baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch.
HLE, the only team to defeat T1 this season.
What an impressive game coming through here from KT.
And they will be your second place team, skipping the first round of playoffs here in the LCK.
We will snowball you, finally. Faker has a big game himself, a huge smile on his face.